All right, let's see if this is any better. I'm not sure what happened on that last one. For some reason, it set up my mode. I'm going to kind of set this aside for just a second and let me get set up over here. I do apologize for that, folks. That's kind of frustrating when that happens. All right, so here is. All right, I put the new link in the other one. All right, thanks everybody for being patient with me. I apologize for that. I tried to do something cool, and for some reason, it did not work out. And that's, I apologize for that. You guys know me. That's I tried really to do something cool, and for some reason, but it's frustrating when it happens, and you're trying to do a topic of what I believe to be great importance. But it looks like we're getting this thing worked out, so we should be go. Let's see if I can get this a little bit bigger. There we go. We're back on. Hey guys, thanks for being in here. Rockzilla, what's going on? Malcolm, just a dude. Homestead Aquarius, thanks for being in here. Malcolm, Roxnav, thank you again for being in here. I appreciate you guys coming back. I'm sorry for the mess up. We're going to keep this really simple. But again, one thing that I've seen, and it's rather frustrated me. Hey, me, what's going on, brother? Yeah, you know, stupid things. But again, echoes bad. Hold on. And it's rather frustrating. Tell me if the echo goes away. Still an echo. There shouldn't be an echo. Okay, let me check something out here. Hold on just a second. Let's see what other devices I have on. Hey, David Carlisle, what's going on? Is the echo still pretty bad? It's gone now. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Man, I am having all sorts of funky issues today. Not sure exactly what's going on. I think I figured it out. It should be better. All right, there we go. Okay. So again, sorry folks for that. I apologize for that. I think we got it better. Hey, Dimebag, what's going on? Copper Al, good to see you. Thank you for being here. What's going on? James Schultz, Bart Cubbins, hey, what's going on? So I'm going to get straight into this. There's a lot to talk about. And I am going to kind of talk a little bit about this right here, right? Selective service. What's going on with this particular bill? I want to dispel a couple myths and talk just a little bit about kind of what's happening. I have looked at different social media stuff, and again, I apologize. It's here. I'll see if I can't, let me see if I can adjust this screen just a little bit. There we go. We'll make this a little bit smaller. We'll push this up into here. I apologize for some reason. Not exactly sure what happened, but there we go. We'll make that there. I'm good with this. I'm not going to worry about all the other fancy stuff. But we got a good little presentation here for you. We're going to talk about this. I'm going to dispel some of the myths that are going on and kind of talk a little bit about what's going on. So Dimebag, this is going to be one of the misconceptions that I'm going to deal with. Again, there's a lot of conspiracy behind this. There's a lot of misunderstanding just simply because people don't understand what selective service is. Number two, they don't understand the difference between selective service and the draft. They don't understand that selective service isn't authorizing you immediately to be entered into the military. We're going to talk about things like, is it constitutional? We're going to be talking about a whole bunch of different items within the selective service. Did I put selected service? Anyway, yeah, I did indeed. It is selective service. I don't know what I did there, so I'll have to fix that. But it is selective service. I apologize. Thank you for catching another one of my mistakes today. But again, one of the things that I want to talk about is the fact that what this bill does. Now, again, you have to understand that this particular item is under the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act. Now, this is something that happens with each president, it is a way of looking at and targeting the national budget. It's a looking at things like national defense, budgeting, the Department of Defense, what's happening with that. There's a whole bunch of items included under this umbrella. Some of them ranged from things like medical, they go to the Park Service. I mean, NDAA is all about the federal budget and spending items. Okay, there's plenty of nations that do this. This is nothing new. It's not a big deal. But the important thing in this is that, and again, I'm going to be kind of going through this stuff. Let's go back into the military. So I'm going to pull up something real quick, and I want to kind of talk about a little bit about what is the selective service. Okay, so the selective service system, it was what they call a public viable program, and its entire purpose is peacetime operation and tracking. Hey, McVillain, what's going on, brother? Hey, folks, this is another guy who does some fun stuff when it comes to gaming in Vegas and casino stuff. If you like that kind of stuff, go check out McVillain Slots. He's a good dude. A lot of fun mods for a good friend of mine, 5K, good people, fun little channel. Again, just a little call out to him. There's a lot of great people who have cool channels, but go check out McVillain Slots. I told him, I promised him that I would subscribe and that I would call his channel out when I saw him come into the streams. So there's my promise, brother. There you go. All right. But the thing is that the whole premise for this, McVillain, if you want to, anybody that's in chat, you guys can put in !, find me. It'll bring up your channel. At any time, you're more than welcome to click on those links and go do that and click on that item and go to that channel. There's some other ones that you can do. But again, Nightbot, you'll see that show up periodically in here. It'll talk about find me and email and me wins and other stuff like that. So you'll see some commands. Not all of them are there. Some of them are secret. Some of them are fun. So again, play with those if you want to. Just go ahead and play with chat while we talk about it. But again, the purpose for the selective service. Now, again, it's really important to explain that selective service doesn't operate under DoD. Okay, it's not a Department of Defense item. Okay, they operate in peacetime. So a lot of people think, well, they're directly connected to the military. No, they're not. They're not even a subset of DoD. So that's going to be the first thing that's really important for people to understand, is that the selective service and DoD are separate. So it is not one of those items. It's not one of those items where you select into one and automatically you're registered into the other. That's not how that works. The purpose for this particular item, now this is something that's entered into the NDAA. And again, the NDAA is something that looks at big budget, overarching items for the Department of Defense, Senate Service Arms Committee, which we'll talk a little bit about that. You'll see some of those particular items in this talk today. And again, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to be hitting. So as you have questions, as you have comments, again, one thing that you're not going to hear me do is you're not going to hear me bash this program. And the reason that I'm not going to bash this program is twofold. And I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But you're not going to hear me bash this program. I'm not going to talk ill of it. What I am going to do is I'm going to give you the bare facts, and I'm going to tell you what's out there. I'm going to tell you what's wrong about some of the information that's out there. I'm going to talk about a little bit about why the media is targeting a very specific avenue of this. They want to say that they don't want people supporting this particular program, but they can't do that lawfully. So they add other things to get people to go angst against it because they can take pieces of this story and spin it to what they want. I'm going to talk about some of those things, talk about what this program actually is, what it's designed for, and again, some of those common misconceptions. Yoxnav, I don't trust government programs. Okay, again, that's fine. I'm not telling anybody that they have to trust it. I'm not telling anybody that they have to follow it. I am telling you that it's law. Okay, selective service is not optional. Now, what they're talking about, this particular one, is automatic enrollment into the system. Okay, and what that means is you no longer have to take that SSI-1 form, which is the selective service form, fill that out either at your post office, online, or mail it in. It means that what they'll do is they'll pull from various databases from our young men, 18 to 25 years old. Again, stops on your 26th birthday. So for the purposes of this, it's 18 to 25. And they will take that information and they will automatically enroll you, preventing people from having to go through that anyway. It is a legal thing. This thing has been enacted since 1917, World War I. In 1940, this had a revamp during that time frame and spin up for World War II. There were other things that were done. This thing has gone through multiple iterations. So you're going to see this. It happened in the 40s. It happened in the 70s, happened in the 80s, happened in 2003. And they tried to push some of these items in 2021, 22, and 23. But again, here we are back in 24 and they're pushing some of these items again. None of this crap is new. Period. Bottom line. None of it is new. Senate Arms Committee offering women into the program is not new. They've been doing this for 3 or 4 years. This is not something that's new. This is something that's being spun. The question you guys need to ask yourself when something like this is being spun up is, what are they trying to hide? What are they trying to do? How are they trying to deviate you from this particular thing? Okay, start over. You threw me for a loop on the other stream, so I stopped and you were sitting over there still waiting. No, I'm not starting over, Gary. You can go watch it on rerun. No, really, I haven't talked about too much. I've just talked a little bit about what's selective service, and I did type in selected service. I apologize for that. But again, this is federal law. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit about the actual law. I'm going to talk about it outside of the NDAA. I'm going to talk about the actual law, talk to you about what actual code it is, give you some resources, talk to you a little bit about some of those particular items, and make sure that you really kind of understand what's going on. Words are hard. That is true. But since 1917, okay, it has been law. 18 to 25 should be elected with selective service. Okay, that's when it was acted. Since that time frame, it's been law. Now, one of the other questions, and this one really kind of makes me laugh, is because of this, they're automatically enrolling you in the military. So like, if we go to war, you're going to war. No, that's not the truth. Okay. The reason that this is a peacetime entity is because it's not tied directly to DOD. The purpose for a selected service is to do a lottery, so to speak, where they basically choose your number. You choose the month that you're in, 1 through 12. They draw a number, that first number that's drawn, that if your birthday is in that particular month, it means that you'll be one of the first ones selected in that particular draft. Now, I'm going to be talking about the draft. I need you guys to understand the draft is not being enacted. It's not. Okay. I don't care what you've heard. The draft is not being enacted. We're not going to Iran. We're not going to Iraq. We're not going to Korea. We're not going to China. We're not going to Ukraine. This is not what the purpose of this is. The premise of this entire thing, the entire purpose of this is automatic enrollment for men 18 to 25 so that they don't have the potential legal issues. Now, they have talked about the legal issues. That's not nothing new, folks. It's always been a felony. It's just 1980. They kind of put the kibosh on finding people for that. They're like, it's not something we're really going to chase people after. But times have changed. And there's a lot more anti-American sentiment. There's a lot more people not signing up, not doing their lawful legal right as an 18-year-old male to go sign up. And what people need to understand about that is it has repercussions. And a lot of the repercussions are something that people don't understand. Yoxnav, I want you to stop talking about Vietnam. We're not in Vietnam. This is not Vietnam style. And the reason that I say it's not Vietnam style is because we're not in a draft. Okay. So again, this isn't something that the selective service is going to load us up. It's going to put us in this. That's not what that's for. It's for automatic enrollment into the military, into the peacetime system, right? That allows you to equitably. Now, Gary, we're going to talk about that here in just a minute. That's it. Okay. The women, we're going to talk specifically about that because that's another misnomer. There's something about proposal. Okay. People need to understand proposal and bill. Okay. There's a difference. The proposal has been done over and over again. This is nothing new either. This is not the first time this has happened. Okay. So again, you get many people, I'm not saying you folks, but I'm talking many people are looking at this information when it comes to the Selective Service, and they're seeing this recent bit of information. They're going, oh my God, they're trying to get women. And you got this goofball from Missouri who's saying, over my dead body, you're going to leave our girls alone. He's an idiot. I'm going to tell you straight up. He's an idiot. And the reason for that is he doesn't quite understand the premise behind it. We have had women in our military for quite some time. We have women fighter pilots. We have women in submarines. We have women on surface ships. We have them in the Marines. We have SEALs. We have women serving all throughout our military, and they do a badass job. Okay. So why would we prevent somebody from the opportunity of doing this? Remember, Selective Service does not automatically instate you into the military. It's not one of those things that automatically happens. And it's important for you to understand that. Now, what I want you to understand is that when we talk about this particular item, one of the arguments is auto enrollment straight into the military. No, it's not. They cannot do that. And the reason that they cannot do it is the 13th Amendment. The reason that I chose tonight to do this is tomorrow's Juneteenth. Okay. And the same civil liberties that were afforded under the 13th Amendment also protect from involuntary servitude. And so the Selective Service cannot automatically enroll you into the military because it would be enrolling you into involuntary servitude. Now, the Supreme Court has held up over and over and over and over again. Wyatt versus the Supreme Court, 1985. They talk specifically about this. The Supreme Court has been very clear. This Selective Service is constitutional. They have upheld this. They have done this over and over and over and over again. And so they have claimed and ratified that the fact that the Selective Service is a constitutional endeavor. It is something that is legal, lawful, and it is constitutional because it's not tied directly to DOD, and signing up for it or being automatically signed up for it, which is the intent of the bill that's out right now, does not automatically put you in the military. So it's a very important. Juneteenth, Yoxnav. If you don't know what Juneteenth is, it's an amendment that was passed by the Senate April 8th, 64. That was ratified. That was the 13th Amendment. I'm sorry. Juneteenth was something that was done a little while ago. And it's something that it's the abolishment of slavery recognition. It's a holiday to look at some of the things that have happened in the past and recognize. Again, really look it up. Identify what it is, what it means. Support it or not, it is what it is. But again, that 13th Amendment, again, this is why I'm doing it on this particular day. This is tied to the Constitution of involuntary servitude. Again, this is why the Selective Service is listed by the Supreme Court as constitutional. Again, if you want to know that case, it's Wyatt, Wayte, against the Supreme Court in 1985. Go look that up. There's a lot of information in there, and you can find out more if you really want to know about this particular item. It's a federal holiday. It should be. So again, now here's the next one. This is something that we're looking into. Will I be drafted or going to war? No. Selective Service is not the draft. They are two totally separate entities. Now, one thing that I will say about this particular thing, now I'm going to get the information wrong in this because I don't have the information up in front of me. It's not like I'm reading all of the particular items, but one of the things in this particular one regarding this is there is language in the Constitution that we have a specific right to uphold the sanctity and the security of our nation, right? Its citizens shall be called upon to defend the civil liberties of our nation. Okay. And so you can look at the information, you can go through, kind of identify. I really should have probably done more work on that specific avenue. But what I really wanted to get to in this particular point is it is not the draft. This is not the draft. The bill is not the draft. It's not you're going to sign up, you're going to get sucked up, and you're going to be sent over to Ukraine. That's not what that means. This isn't the Soviet Union. This isn't Russia. We're not going to be dragging you off the street, sending you to a 3-week course, and then sending you to your me. That would be under the Second Amendment. All right. And again, I'll tell you right now, I'm not as up to speed as I should on all the articles and all the things that are on that. I'll be honest with you. I lack in that aspect. I know what they are. I stand behind them. But to rattle this stuff off the top of my head, it's not my forte. I'm not a constitutional specialist. I wish I did know more about it. I wish I could recite these things and remember these things off the top of my head. I just don't have that in my wheelhouse. So I do apologize. I don't have more information. If you want me to, I will pull that up and I will read it line for line for you if you want. I don't have a problem doing that. But basically, I just wanted to kind of hammer out some of these details and kind of go over the specifics. All right, the next one is that this new law means that it's now a felony. Okay, this is one of those things that I've heard through social media. I've seen it on Twitter. I've seen it on Facebook. I've seen it on YouTube. I've seen it in the media. I've heard it on different streams. I've heard people even within this community say that. I talked to my sons. One of my sons said that this is something that, now they're going to make it against the law. And oh my God, they can't do that. And how can they make it a felony? And are they going to be chasing everybody? Folks, this isn't anything new. Again, this was stated, the inception was World War I. And so, Yoxnav, I have too many social accounts. I don't, but I do follow certain people. But when I'm researching a topic, I go look at people who are talking about that specific item, and I go to multiple sources, right? And anybody who researches anything should do the same thing. Never go to one source. And this is the same thing. You guys know I'm a coin channel. So you don't go to one site and say, oh, this is the Bible. This tells me everything I need to know about this. And I can go to this one site. I love copper coins, Copper Alice here, but I love copper coins. But if I'm looking for a 1953S and I'm looking for some sort of repunch mint mark, I'm going to be looking at Wexler. I'm going to be looking at Kaneka. I'm going to be looking at Variety Vista. I'm going to be looking at copper coins. I'm going to have multiple sources for the item that I'm looking for so that I get the best possible answer. I want to see exactly what it is that I'm looking for, but I want to understand all the other things as well so I know what's what and what's not what. Okay, so it's important for you to look at these things, and it's important for you to look at various sources when you're looking at an investigation or when you're trying to pull up information like this. Now, the premise for me doing this is threefold. I have a 17-year-old girl, a 19-year-old son, and a 25-year-old son. Okay, I'm very interested in this particular topic. Now, both of my boys have registered for Selective Service. I made sure of it. Sent the one to the post office. The other one I sat down and helped him fill out his form and fired that. I actually went through and made sure that we got this stuff taken care of because it is their civic duty. It is their legal responsibility to complete that form and do what they're supposed to do as a citizen. Now, all war age. Yeah, I know. But here's the thing. My kids know that if called upon, it's up to them. I have instilled in them what is right, what is true, and what is just. I have fed them my opinion and taught them the best that I know. They have to make their decision. My point is, if you're called upon, you go. Now, if you have a reason, a legitimate reason, we're going to get to some of these legitimate reasons here in a minute, and you're going to find out that there's a lot of stuff that people think is potential exclusion from this that's not. It's going to surprise a lot of people. But if you're really interested in that, we're going to be talking about that for just a minute. But the one thing I wanted my kids to understand, I also briefed this at work. I did a presentation to some of the people that I work with because they had asked some questions, wanted to get some information, reached out some military buddies. We kind of just had a confab, talked about some of the items, looked at stuff, looked at some of the specifics. Some of the associates that I work with know people that are in positions that look at this type of thing. So we called in some information, asked for some specifics. So some of the information that I'm giving you is from that. Some of the information I didn't put into here. One, because it's too in the weeds. If we want to do more discussion on that, we can do that. Not a problem. Kind of a late midnight, kind of sit around, have a drink, talk about kind of stuff. We can have that kind of format if you want to. But what I wanted to do right now is I wanted to give you basic bare bones and kind of talk about that. So the felony hasn't been in place since 1980 when they kiboshed that. But there was an amendment that was done July 9th, 2003. And they've talked about this particular item. Now, again, this is something that for, 20 years now has been kind of brought back to the forefront. And if you look at it, there's millions of people who haven't done selective service. Now, because of the fact that there are millions of people who haven't really done selective service, there's a question. Well, what happens if I don't? Well, God, I don't really care. I'll just tell people not to do it. Don't do that. Okay. Number one, it's against the law to do so. Okay. It's very clear that anybody who knowingly and willfully tells somebody or counsels somebody not to join selective service or enacts in the engagement of preventing them from doing so or aids and abets them in a manner in which they can avoid it is held guilty of the liable charge. Now, we're going to talk about the charges. We're going to talk about how much money we're talking about. We're talking about potentially 10 years in prison, and I think it's up to a $250,000 fine. Hey, Amy, how you doing? Good to see you. Now, okay, Michael Wills, I'm glad you said that. We'll get to that here in just a moment. Peacetime drafts in the case, in the situation of a serious natural disaster, Hurricane Hugo, Hurricane Ike, right? Some of these big things, there may be a situation to where the reserves are called up. And so again, that's enacting a draft of sorts. So yes, they can do that in peacetime, but again, it's not tied to DOD. It is a calling of people. And most likely, and most of the time, what they'll do in that is they'll do a voluntary draft. They'll call for people. They'll take care of those things. People will volunteer for it. If they get the numbers that they need, then they won't instill an actual draft to be able to do that. Yeah, so me, I was pretty much the same thing. So at 18, no, I obviously did that. Well, but again, we're talking two different things. So you got the reservists and stuff that do that. Those are activations. But you do have voluntary drafts, and the voluntary drafts, they put it out. If you volunteer to go in, and it could be civic duty stuff, then it meets that criteria. But again, you're absolutely right. There hasn't been one since 1975. And again, the punishment for these was stopped by Reagan in 1980. But what they're doing is they're basically saying that, hey, we want to basically reenact the information that was amended. Again, all this law stuff was updated July 9th, 2003. If you want to go look at it, you can go look and take that information. Amy Harrell, I think right now we're at the lowest numbers of active duty. Absolutely. We're also amongst some of the highest misinformation that we've ever been to. Some of this caused by media, some of this caused by social media, some of this caused by people who think they just know, and some of it caused by people who just want to see the world burn. There are those people. There are people who are anti-sentiment, anti-government. They just want to take the negative approach to everything. And then there are people like me who are patriots. What you do is whatever you choose to do. You are the purveyor. You are the master of your own destiny. What I can do is provide you the best information. It's up to you to make your decision. And what I tell my kids, and I know a lot of people may argue with this. They may think this is wrong, but I don't care. I'm the parent. This is my rule, my house. If you are doing what you're supposed to do and you get into trouble, I will do everything. I will bend over backwards. I will move mountains to get to you and to protect you. But if you were doing something illicit, you were doing something illegal, and you get caught, you are on your own. That is your bed. You lie in it. You make that decision. Don't call me at 2 o'clock in the morning and say, hey, I was busted for DUI. I need you to come pick me up. Nope. Your ass is going to stay in jail. You made that decision. You stay there. God forbid you do something stupid, driving drunk and kill somebody. Do not call me. I will not be the person to bail you out of jail. You better have a friend with money. Okay. I hold my kids to a certain moral and ethical standard. And if they blow that, they are on their own. Now, does it mean that I don't love them? No, I absolutely love and adore my kids, but I expect them and I hold them to items. Children make mistakes. Yes, but Kane, Friday, I need to say something. Mistakes have consequences. Actions have consequences, right? There is Newton's third law. For every action, there's an equal reaction in the opposite direction. Drive drunk, get caught, go to jail. There are signs all over. I live in the great state of Texas. There are signs all over. Drink, drive, go to jail, right? Drowsy driving is drunk driving, okay? So again, kids make mistakes, yes, but sometimes kids have to learn the hard way. You want to learn how I learned not to play with fire? I caught my hands on fire as a kid playing with a rocket engine. Couldn't get the rocket to light, so stuck some black powder out of there, lit it with a lighter. What happened? Blew up in my hands, second, third degree, all through the middle of my fingers. Guess what? I never did that again. It's a hard fought lesson. What did I have to do? I had to endure with months of pain, right? So again, one mistake, what was that? I missed that. But one mistake doesn't define. No, and again, very important, Malcolm. I haven't said that it defines my kids. I said that their decision is something that they have to deal with. Right now, I have made a choice number of mistakes in my time, from giving out incorrect information. I've pulled videos down for giving out incorrect information, for doing something stupid, right? Putting my hand or sitting on a burner that was on, fall asleep during a fire watch and having my arm burned because I fell against the well that I was supposed to be watching on. The decisions of one doesn't necessarily define a person, but I can tell you this, that the lessons learned from those do, right? So I want my kids to understand that. But back to that, my kids are the reason that I want to give this information. Okay. No, I understand. But again, whenever somebody says that, I want to be very clear about my intent. I love my kids. I love my kids to a fault sometimes, but I hold my kids to a standard. This is a standard that every one of my kids will meet. Now, speaking of my daughter, now we're going to talk a little bit about the making it mandatory for the women. This is something that a lot of people said, well, they're going to make it mandatory for women. No, it is a proposal. The Senate Service Arms Committee has put that proposal in for a number of years, and it hasn't made it. It hasn't gone through. Now, when we're talking about this particular bill, right now it hasn't gone through the Senate. House of Representatives passed it. They passed it with a fairly good number. About 6 months ago, it went through the initial committee. The committee passed it unanimously, something like 57-1. So both at locations, its initial inception, and then the House, it's passed. Right now, it's got to go over to the Senate. Once it goes to the Senate, it's got one more. Hey, what's going on, Coach? Good to see you. Yes, all decisions do have good and bad consequences. That is absolutely truth. But sometimes the decisions that we make hurt us a little more than each other, or hurt us more than others. Talking about this particular one, what happens if I don't? There are a lot of things, and I want to talk about something that happens if I don't. Now, one of the things that I want to be clear about is there are some repercussions for people who do not sign up for selective services. And unfortunately, a lot of people have had to find those out the hard way. And there's been a lot of complaint. There's been a lot of outcry. And this has happened a little bit less in the last 2 years. So the number of people who have not signed up for selective service in the last 2 to 3 years has increased. Now, the reason that it increased was because to get a federal grant for school, used to selective service was a requirement. They waived that 2 years ago. When they waived that, a lot of people stopped signing up for selective service. Thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people stopped doing selective service because they could go to school and they could get federal funding and they didn't have to do it. But there are some things that cause you issue. If you're going to college and you get federal funding and you get a job, and that job, let's say that you want to take a job working for the State Department because you're doing something in public service, or you got a job in politics and you want to be in public service. And that job is a federal job and it works for, let's say, the Department of State or something like that. In order for you to qualify for that job, and for the federal job, you actually have to select, are you 18 years old and have you signed up for selective service? If you say no, you are not eligible for those positions. There are 31 states that student loans are based in that you have to say yes to that selective service criteria. Now, again, 19 have not, but 31 still state if you want state funding for your college or for education, you have to do this. Now, there are federal programs for education and training. For instance, if you're looking at Chapter 34, there might be 31, 34, but it's the Department of Workforce Services. They changed it. It's Innovation and Workforce Opportunity Act. Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, I think, is the new one. It used to be Workforce Investment Act. But under that new one, you have to be able to say yes to selective service if you want federal funding for a work training program. So for instance, you get laid off for a job and you're looking for some sort of training. So you go to the Department of Workforce Services and you say, hey, I have this skill set, but in order to do so, I need this particular certification. And they say, oh, well, in order to do that, you have to take this class and you have to do this particular test. Outstanding. We can help you with that. Okay, great. So you go sign up for it and then they say, are you a selective service? And you say, no. They have to deny you. They cannot allow you to go through that training because in order for you to be approved for that particular training, that federal training, you have to be signed up for selective service. Now, here's the kicker. If you sign up for selective service after 25, it doesn't help you because you're no longer eligible and they're not going to take you. And so if you are 30 years old and you lose your job and you want to get this job training from the Department of Workforce Services because you need to get a job because you want to support your family, you absolutely cannot do that simply because you do not have the information or you do not have that little checkbox that says, yes, you signed up for selective service. Okay. So it's really important. Hey, what's going on, Check Stacker? How you doing, bud? Good to see you. And just if you've come into chat and I haven't said hi to you, it's because I'm trying to manage a bunch of different pieces of information and really try to talk to you, keep my mind straight so that I'm giving you the best information, trying to avoid talking incorrectly. So again, if you see something here, I want to make sure that I'm giving you the best I can. Gary Huffman, can you see the lawsuits because of the Equal Rights Clause of the Constitution? No. Again, when you're talking about the Constitution, when you're talking about it being constitutional, that White versus the Supreme Court, 1985, that's the one you're going to want to go back to. That's the one that's going to talk to you about that specific item. And again, it doesn't violate the 13th Amendment. And so they have stated that that is constitutional. I do not believe that that would be the case. Now, could you see where people want to spin it? Can you see lawmakers and lobbyists? Can you see senators and House representatives, folks, and different people trying to spin something like that to talk to the uninformed, to be able to try to do that, to get them? Can you see that little misinformation occurring in that, so that people start to think that way, so there becomes public outcry? If there's enough public outcry, then people want to talk about it, then they might consider changing the law. Yes, I see that. You see that in the media right now. This is exactly why I'm doing this. I want you guys to understand what is true and specific. I do not want you guys looking at the information and seeing a spin that looks right, sounds right, tastes like watermelon, smells like watermelon, but is actually a peach. Okay. And so I want you guys just to be aware of what's going on. Again, selective service has nothing to do with active duty. Period. End of story. Okay. Now, what they're trying to do, and I think what they're recognizing, okay, is I think they're recognizing when you look, no, yeah, we'll get into critical thinking later. One of the important, sorry, that just made me laugh because I looked at that. I was like, what? Sorry, you just totally squirreled me, dude. Thank you for doing that. One of the important pieces of information that when you look at this is, again, this is peacetime, equitable, non-DOD element. Okay. Now, I think what's gone on, I think what's happened is they have looked, and again, you're talking about Senate Arms Committee. They're in charge of looking at where things are at, and they deal with money, and they deal with budgeting, and they want to know what's happening with certain programs and what programs are working, what programs are not. The Selective Service Program right now has a large number of data gaps. It costs a great deal of money to maintain this. It's way behind, and they're trying to update this system. Anybody who's ever worked with data, large amounts of data, knows that blanks in a database can be the death of a database. It can cause erroneous information. It can cause problems. You can have queries and scripts that stop at blanks, especially if you have large gaps in your data. And so they recognize that there's an issue here. They need to update this particular system. And so they need to overhaul it. So whenever you overhaul a system, you have to look at your potential gaps, and you have to look at what they call secondary and tertiary, or second and third level order of effects. And that is, if I do A, what's going to happen to B, and what's going to happen to C? In this particular case, if I do this, what's going to happen in this particular item, and how will it affect over here? How's it going to affect over here? And so when you're looking, yeah, you don't want AI doing that. AI is not smart enough to do this. Now, one thing that they're talking about is you got tons and tons of databases with this information spread throughout. Now, what they want to do is they want to take all the information in those databases, put it into one, and take that information and automatically fill out the information in there. Will they use AI? I do not know. I don't believe so. They'll be utilizing some scripting. They'll be working with, hey, it doesn't matter. As long as you did yours, it's all good. But again, looking at what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish. Now, I'm going to say my opinion, my belief, okay? This is belief, Frosty's belief time, okay? I think what they've looked at is the Senate Armed Committee has looked at the decline in the number of, we're talking about active duty. This is something that was mentioned by Gary Huffman, okay? So looking at these kind of things, if we get into a shit show, are we going to be okay as a nation? And I'll tell you right now, you ask any red, white, and blue-blooded American, are we going to be okay if it really hits the fan? If the SHTF happens, is our nation going to be okay? Are we going to be in a good place, not only to protect ourselves, but to protect our borders? Are we going to be in a situation and we are going to be able to adequately and properly defend our nation from those would-be foes, both inside and out? Would be able to do that? And I think this is a viable question. Now, again, this is me saying this. This is me, Frosty. This is not fact. This is not whatever. I'm telling you what I believe is going on right now, and some of the things that have come up within Senate Arms Committee, and some of these things, some of the questions that they might be asking in order to continue looking at this. Because when you look at the numbers of decreased servicemen and women who were there, and people getting out in droves, do we have? Yes, we have rednecks. That is in fact truth. Um, and we have a redneck Navy who has bailed people out of things. The redneck Navy is amazing, by the way. And so we do have people, and we do have states, but overall, as an arching nation, do we have those people? So they're looking at some of this stuff. But again, it's important to understand the distinction between the two. A selective service and DOD are not paired. They're looking for the SHTF situation. Anybody who's a stacker, raise your hand. You guys heard the SHTF. Many of the collectors have probably heard SHTF. If you guys will listen to any of the channels who are stackers, they talk about prepping or things of that nature. And that's when it hits the fan, basically, okay? So are we prepared for those situations? So are we looking at those things on their other frostbite? Their posture seems to be posture under faster. Okay, maybe. Potentially, yes, no, confirm nor deny that. But there's always some sort of geopolitical involvement. There's always some sort of national defense involvement. There's always some sort of self-preservation involvement. There's always some sort of wealth preservation involvement. It doesn't matter where we're in, right? War sells. We look at sex sells, right? We look at violence sells. So it doesn't matter what line of work or what type of media person you are. It doesn't matter what kind of belief structure, what kind of side of the fence you're on, whether you're pro-transgender, anti-transgender, whether you're pro-gun, whether you're anti-gun. It doesn't really matter what your side of the fence is, because there's always going to be an argument. There's always going to be discussion. Now, I know I just said 2 swear words, but again, we're talking about the defense of our nation. We're talking about civil liberties. We're talking about left versus right. We're talking about the things within our substructure. Yes, it doesn't matter what it is. There's always a motive somewhere. So could this be motivated? Absolutely. It's going to be motivated by something. What that is, I can't really say. I'm talking the specifics about the bill and why we're looking at some of those specific items. There are more guns in private hands. Yes. Oh, haha. Yoxnev, I will get there. Yes, I will get there. And I will talk about that in just a moment. This is something that is a very common misnomer amongst the people in general, in mass, across the United States. There's a lot of people who are naive about the law and what this actually means. And there's a lot of entitlement that there's going to be some people that are unfortunately very surprised if they really do that this passes and they do actually, in fact, enact some of this stuff. We're going to have a lot of people very surprised because we're going to be talking about exclusion here in just a second. So that's actually do that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Pro or not, I want you to be respectful, okay? The one thing that I have is that my faith, my belief, wherever you're woke, you're not, where you stand on this, that is your belief in this stream. What I want you guys to do is I want you to be respectful. You can say it, you can talk about it, but if somebody comes out and says, I'm for it, you guys can have spirited discussion, but hold respect. I will not remove you for spirited discussion. I won't remove you for whatever, but you get into name calling and stuff like that. You get into into any kind of anti-Semitic or anti-person, or you get into full-on threat, you're going to be banned from my channel. I don't give a rat's ass if you're a friend or not. So keep it on the up and up, keep it respectful. That is the only requirement I have in my streams. So as we get ready to talk to this next section, I am going to require that of everybody. If you don't like it, leave. Not a big deal, but don't bring it into the stream. Okay. Please, please respect. That's all I ask. We can agree to disagree. You guys will hear me say this over and over and over again. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. I don't care if you like sitting on the fence, but be straight with respect. That's all I care about. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and shift on. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about this next element. Let's discuss this argument. I love the 13th Amendment. Okay. It's unconstitutional. We've already hit that. For some reason, I jumped that one. Let's go. We've already talked about that. All right, here we are. Exclusion criteria. Hold on to your seats, folks. This is where it's going to get fun. Now, there are some elective officials that are exempt as long as they continue to hold office. You guys seen this. We do talk about the abuse of this power within World War I, Korea, Vietnam. That is something they're looking at doing that. Again, where there's power and there's a loophole, again, Swiss cheese theory, if all the holes in the cheese line up, then it's going to get through. I'm sure there are loopholes in this, okay? It's actually me. It probably is past my bedtime, but because it's a holiday tomorrow, I'm off, so it doesn't matter. All right, so I'm going to talk about exclusions, okay? And this is something that I want to be very clear about. There's also something in this that makes me laugh. Now, I'm going to read this verbatim. And I want to do that because I want to make sure nobody misunderstands. Verbatim. Certain elected officials exempt so long as they continue to hold office. Veterans are generally exempt for service in peacetime draft, which makes me laugh because they're a veteran. They've already done this. It doesn't apply to them. However, you guys need to understand that there are exemptions with vets, and I'll get to that in just a moment. Immigrants in dual nationals, in some cases, not all. Doesn't matter if you hold dual citizenship. You signed up when you took your oath in the United States to become an immigrant, that you would do your civic and just duty. That is part of the oath and the allegiance that you swore when you, our bank's going to be open tomorrow. Probably not, Amy. My credit union is closed. Because you took oath and you are responsible to your resident and country of citizenship. Now, the problem with that, I believe, and I'm going to try and remember exactly what the wording is on this. I didn't include this. I thought I did. The only time that's not applicable is if you hold dual citizenship and you live in both countries, basically like you split 6 months, 6 months. There are some criteria there that allow for exclusions, but they're very specific. You have to put in for them, and they're not always granted. So be aware of that. Now, I said vets are a very sticky situation because there are times in a draft. Now, we're going specifically to draft on this particular item where you can be recalled because of your expertise or specific knowledge that has become useful or unique in your specific area of training. For instance, if you are the only operator, or let's say that you're the only operators of the remaining 5 B-2 fighters or stealth bombers, and you need to be called back because they need to mothball that fleet, or let's say that they were going to unmothball an SR-71 and you're the only surviving pilot, you may be called back to teach about that particular item in a very specific genre. Those are far and few between, but they do happen. Now, I say this jokingly, but if you saw Armageddon, remember that movie where the comet's going to come and they call people up, they have a specific set of skills and they bring people up even though they don't have whatever. Yeah, that's like a draft, okay? But there are, and I was exactly going to go there, I have a special set of skills. There are certain people that get called out of retirement to perform certain functions, and sometimes they're in training role. Sometimes it's actually to actually walk people through doing it, or they may be operating that particular item. Those do happen, but again, those are very special circumstances. But again, bottom line, veterans, if you are a vet, you have been there, done that, you've gone through this, selective service isn't an issue for you, right? So don't be worrying about that. Again, a lot of people get this mixed because you're talking about selective service and the draft as law, they're the same thing. Again, there's a divider there. They are not enacting the draft. This is just automatic enrollment in the selective service. Now, here's where some heads are going to spin. Probably not within this group, but there may be people who do this. You may not agree with this, but I'm going to say it regardless. What is not an exclusion? Many men still require to register even though they are exempt from being drafted. We're talking about the draft. But just because you are exempt from being drafted does not mean you are exempt from selective service. Selective service is the law. But just because you sign up for selective service does not mean you're eligible to be drafted. Now, there are some people who are exclusionary and there are some people who are not. A lot of people say ordained ministers are. They're not. Actually, ordained ministers go straight into and they become chaplains. There is a place in the military. There is a place in the draft for ordained ministers. So if you think that's an inclusion, no. There are men with certain physical disabilities. They must register for the selective service, but because of their disability, they are not eligible to be drafted. It still means that you are required by law to sign up for the selective service. Okay. It does not mean you'll get drafted. That is not the truth. A lot of people say, well, you get that, then you're going to do it. I got flat feet. Well, guess what? They got orthopedic shoes. No, I'm just kidding. Flat feet in some situations are an exclusion. There are jobs where you can do it with flat feet, depending upon what your role is and what your specialty is. But again, I get the joke with that, but it is funny. Now, if you're called for a draft examination, there are some things that are not. And here's the kicker. All right, we talked about transgender. Well, guess what? According to the law, it is the gender at your birth. So for all of you women who were men at birth, you have to sign up for selective service. Being transgender does not necessarily remove you from the draft. Now, there are elements tied to that, but transgender citizens are citizens the same. They are held to the same laws. They are held to the same applications. They are held to the same rights. They can fight just as well as the next person. Some cases better. So, transgender is not an automatic disclaimer, either from selective service or the draft. Now, there are psychological and social issues that happen if they are documented within a well-documented mental health thing. There are things like that, then yes, then that's fine. But those are things that are medical. They have to be documented. And again, but just because you went and you said you had surgery and now you're a woman, the law says that legally it is your gender at birth. Now, I will tell you that it's extremely important for people to understand that once a surgery happens, if you're in the military, once a surgery happens and those genetic markers are turned, they will actually they'll go into the system and they will actually change your gender of register. Once that happens, that is your legal gender of register. If that legal of gender of register happens before your 18th birthday, i.e. while they're pushing for all this crazy crap to happen to all the kids, which we're not going to get into the politics of that, but it's freaking lunacy. If that happens beforehand, there are certain legal things that have to be met. So there are always little loopholes in that. Now, I'm not going to get into the discussion of telling a kid they're transgender or not. We just won't go there because I can't be nice about that. Okay. Period. End of story. That's all I'm going to say about it. There are deferments that can be had. Now, one thing that I want, here's Klinger couldn't get out of it. Now, here's something that there is one episode. I'm going to squirrel myself. There is one episode where all he had to do was to sell his dresses and do something else. And Colonel Potter would have signed him out. He had the documentation, he had it ready, and he just couldn't do it. So there is one episode where Klinger had everything he wanted. It was there. All he had to do was do it, but he just could not go through it. He went nuts, kind of went through himself, started wearing the uniform, doing whatever, and then it morphed into it. But it got all the way to the point to where they were going to allow it, and he actually declined it. So I'm a huge fan of MASH. I'm glad you brought that in. Great, Scott. It's awesome. A great way to talk about deferment. Now, you can defer training, you can defer delayed service, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be entirely exempt from that military service or from the broader categories of that particular draft. Again, I'm talking about draft in separate. It's not happening as part of the bill, but there are certain things that happen. For example, if you have a certain deficiency, right, mental health, or you have a minor physicality that, let's say you only have 4 fingers instead of 5, or 4 digits instead of 5. And they say that, or you're missing the index finger, and they say, well, he can't be joined into the Army because he wouldn't be able to fire a weapon, or, you're born with deformities where you don't have those fingers and you wouldn't be able to fire a weapon without potentially hurting yourself or doing something. Eyesight, spine issues, a spinal bifida, or, the scoliosis, or things like that, whatever it might be. There are certain things where by presidential proclamation, they can put certain things into act where if they can rectify those issues, or they can still do those kind of things, then they can do that. Exactly. There's still other jobs potentially, Kane Friday, that they can put them into. Special K is my mom. Everybody say, hi, Mom. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. But again, there are certain things that can happen. And there are also certain what's the word? Certain concessions made for a man who has small children, who is the sole breadwinner. Now, there has to be documented reason why that, or if they're caring for elderly parents, or they have a disabled wife, or a disabled spouse, or disabled partner, whatever you want to say. And they are that sole bulk support. They can either defer or they can exclude them. Again, those are case-by-case situations, but the Act does provide for deferment. It also provides for deferment if you are elected to a specific office while in the terms of office. When you're out, you're out. This is another reason. What's up, Stacken? Good to see you. This is another reason why I think that term limits inside the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the Supreme Court, I think 2 sessions, 2 sets, 4 years max should be for the branch. And I think that for, hey, Tiger, what's going on? Gifted 10 memberships. That's absolutely awesome. Oh, look at this. McVillan, Sloss, Crafty Jag, and Paula Bloom, O.C. Stacker, Joyce McCullough, Trusting God First, and Coin Junkie, Jenny Sweetheart, and L. We're all gifted memberships. Please do me a favor. Go over and say thank you, Tiger Stacker. That's absolutely awesome. McVillan, I think this is your first live stream and you got a gift membership. How cool is that? All right. We'll see. It pays to join other people's live streams. Seriously, dude, thanks for being in here. And again, if you guys like gaming channels and stuff where you watch slots, you like to gamble without gambling, go check out 5K Live Grenade. Go check out him and go check out McVillan. A lot of good people. Tiger City's going to watch later. Sorry I streamed over you, bud. But again, I told you I was going to do it. I needed to get this done today because of what I'd done. But thank you for coming in, showing support. I really appreciate you, brother. And we'll be talking to you later on. Later in the month, Tiger and I are going to be doing a live stream together. We're going to be talking about some stuff, probably some of the SHTF stuff, looking at different things with stacking and collecting. So he's already put that out there. Be aware of that. Stay tuned. Go over, if you're not a fan of Tiger, please go check out Tiger, subscribe to his channel. And just so you guys know, Tiger is almost at 4,000 watch hours. If we get him to 4,000 watch hours, I think he's really close. He might already be there, but we are going to be, here, let's do this. Ready? Look at that. What is it doing? My head's swelling. It's getting bigger. Thanks, Tiger. I appreciate you, bud. No, I do appreciate it. Tiger and I work a lot together, trying to do some stuff, and build a good community, both pairing stacking and the collecting side, so that we can give the best information we can to protect those people who we consider stack collectors. So again, Tiger, thank you so much. I appreciate all your support. But he's really close, and I told him what I would do. If you're not a member to Tiger Stacker, what I'm going to be doing is, even at the smallest membership, it doesn't matter. He hits his 4,000 hours at the live stream we do. If he has his 4,000 hours, I'm going to be giving 5 ounces of silver to members only. And so if we hit that, that might be a members only stream, and I might be giving 5 ounces away. So I want you to pay attention for that, because if he hits those 4,000 hours for full monetization, then I'm going to be giving away 5 ounces of silver in support of Tiger's congratulatory set. But it's only going to be for members for Tiger Stacker. So again, for those people who support him, stand beside him, just like the members do on my end. I appreciate my members tremendously, all the support that they do. And I can't name you all because you all are so great. But again, so thank you very much for that. All right, so let's go ahead and get back to exclusion criteria. So we'll talk a little bit about the one. The students are the only one that have kind of this funky little thing. Now, students may defer. Now, what happened in Vietnam is we had career students, and they would go. But they can only defer during the end of that academic semester. So it's no longer that they can defer as long as they're a student, because you had tons of people going to college and being, 10-year college professors, right? They never got a degree. They took classes in underwater basket weaving while blindfolded with one hand tied to your left ankle, right? They were taking classes and stuff that was just moronicy, spending money, staying in school, grades didn't matter, any of that. And so they changed that law. So you can only defer if you're in the draft for one academic semester. The only count for that is if you're a senior and you're in your final year, you can postpone their induction to the end of the school year. If you get your degree and you go into that, then again, do that. Now, Michael Wells, again, one of those things that I want to be very clear of is providing or inciting a deferment, or that you can be held at the same level of accountability as somebody who dodges the selective service or draft. So again, even jokingly, be very careful, because if they decide to press with some of this stuff and they really do decide to really engage and enact the felonies. Now, there's not really a whole lot of people that we're going to be talking about this next, persecutions and how many of those have been done. There's only been 14 persecutions. Most of them happened during the Vietnam time frame. I think I take that back. World War II and Vietnam, where those happened. They did suspend the convictions for prosecuting this in the 80s. That was a Reagan thing. But the unsuspension of this is definitely something of question. And there's a lot of people, and again, I just have Vietnam here, but it's actually World War II and Vietnam is where they had the 14 convictions. Now, what I don't know, and I'll speak of this straight up, this is one thing that I do not know. Are they talking about overriding the 1980 suspension of prosecution? Now, that I don't know. I hadn't been able to find information specifically about that. I know they talk about that. I know that's there, but what I cannot speak smartly to, and what I will not hypothesize to, is whether or not they're going to enact that. That was one of the things that my boys wanted to talk to me about. I can't in good faith make an assessment either way because I don't really know the answer. Like I don't even have an educated guess about what they're going to do with this. I can't imagine if they're trying to do things of that nature. I can't imagine that they would do felonies and prosecutions and all this stuff and charge people all this money when it costs $1 million+ a year to maintain a convict, but your fine is only $250,000. It doesn't make sense to me. But you know, when you're talking about dodging something like this, sometimes they have to make examples of people. So I'm not sure if that's something that's being considered or not. I cannot speak to it. And again, I'm not going to hypothesize on this stream or in general on whether or not they're going to activate that portion of it because I simply do not know. So that is the basic information that I brought with me tonight to kind of talk about this. And I apologize initially for the first stream. I'm not sure why it put me in portrait structure, in landscape mode. I don't know what the hell was going on there. But thank you guys for bearing with me and coming back. So what I want to do right now is I want to open the floor. Now, I'm not doing, well, let me ask you guys this. If I set up something for a panel, are there people that would want to come up being respectful? Are there people that would want to come up and continue this conversation? If there are people that have additional insights, good, valuable insights, okay, good, valuable insights, not one just to be here to stir the pot. If you want to continue the discussion and you want me to bring you up, I will open something and set that up and I will share it. If you guys want me to do that, I'll need just a few minutes to set that up, but I'll go ahead and do that. Gary Huffman says, yep, I'm interested in doing that. So look, go ahead and let me set this up. What about anybody else? Is there anybody else that would like to come up and kind of just talk about this, kind of just have a generalized chit chat? Amy says, I like to listen for the most part. Not a problem. I'm not requiring anybody do this. Again, this is just for further discussion. I know that, so for those of you that don't know, Gary Huffman is a retired vet. He's dealt with some really cool things. You want to hear a lot of what he's done in his military service. This man has jumped out of planes, saw things. He's been able to train on really cool stuff. And in fact, I got to interview him when I did my video about the stop pressuring me, Frostbite. I will never pressure you. But he's done some really cool. And so if you like DB Cooper, you like the story of DB Cooper in that Pacific Northwest and the hijacking of the plane that he got away with, and did he live, did he die? I investigated that, kind of put some stuff together, looked at this story, talked about it from a numismatic side, but I brought in Gary because he's a paratrooper, master paratrooper, understands that, and had a lot of good insight, really cool information. So McVillan, go check that out. It's the DB Cooper. You go through my videos, you'll see that there. It was a really fun video. I loved it. I have to honestly say, I think out of all the videos that I've done, I think that's the best intro I've ever made. Like I was really happy with that intro. But it's a lot of fun. So if you guys want to, McVillan Slot says he's going to go check out that video. Awesome. Josh, if you want to come up, hold on just a second. So I'm going to go ahead and log in. I need to unmute myself here. So let me get this set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fire over this. Now I'm going to set this up a little bit different. Here in just a second, I'm going to change that screen, and that screen is going to show the panel members. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the invite. If you want to come up now, here's the good thing. I will only accept up people who I know. If I don't know you and you come up with a funky name, I'm going to have to verify YouTube authorization. But that link is there. If you want to come up, you want to ask questions, You want to talk about your service and you want to talk about why you think this is a good idea. You want to talk about why you think this is a bad idea. Go ahead and throw this in. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to come up. We'll get this up. I'll get this started. So give me just a second to change this screen over here once we get a couple people up in here, and we will continue with that. So looking at things right now, I haven't really kind of done too much to look at where we're at and see kind of how many people in here. It looks like we got about 20 people in here so far. Again, I can't tell you, Tiger, how much I appreciate the 10 gifted memberships and the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Kane Friday, I did a mail call shout out for you the other. Oh, sweet. I'll have to go over and check out your channel and look at that. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know. I'll have to get over. I'll be honest with you, folks. The one thing I haven't done after the trip to Europe, which was amazing, by the way, it was awesome. Got to learn a lot of cool things, not only about the misnomers that I had about European history, some of the things that I had misunderstandings about the history, learning the facts, learning some of the specific details and things that happened. But I really, really, really enjoyed looking at some of these things and finding out some really cool information about some of my heroes in other realms. Now, on Sunday, I talked, or Saturday, I talked about Sir Isaac Newton. If you didn't see that, go watch that live stream. But tomorrow, I'm going to put a video out on that. It's already there. It's up, ready to go. It's going to be released tomorrow evening about 5:30 Central. So go check out that video. It's a truncated version. If you like that truncated version and you want to hear more about the discussion, then you can go watch the live stream and that stuff is there. Thanks, Mom, for coming in. I appreciate you being in here. I appreciate you popping in. Love you a ton. Thanks for the support of the channel. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm just waiting for people to come up. Apologize. As soon as they come up, I'll go ahead and let people in. So while we're waiting for them to come up, I do have a question. Are there any other... Okay, I see one of them. Gary's here. Gary, give me just a moment. Let me go ahead and change this screen. Hold on. Why is this not? There we go. Okay, so is that going to work? Yes, so I'm going to have to wait until the other person's up here. Let's talk. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, so you're not going to see me unless you're watching both sides. You're not going to see you up on the screen, or you probably won't even hear yourself. But you will see. Can you start over? I'm late. Yes. Okay. I hope you got that, all that. All right. So we got Gary here. Again, give me just a minute. I don't know if somebody else was going to come up. Let me do, where did it go? Right there. There we go. Now we got us full screen. Okay, there we go. Thanks, Gary, for coming up. I appreciate you, bud.
No problem. You're welcome.
So I don't need to be here. So actually, let me do this. Let me exit full screen and let me make you big screen, because nobody needs to see my happy butt, because it's just
Nobody
my
needs
avatar.
to see my ugly one either.
Yes, but you are my guest of honor right now until somebody else shows up. So we're going to wait and see if anybody else does come up. If you want to come up again, that link is in the stream. I'm going to post it one more time. If you want to come up and talk about why you think this is or is not a good idea, that's there. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me go ahead and, oh, dagnabbit. Hold on. I got to do something else. I hate this dumb thing. Get rid of that stinking heart. Sorry, folks. I didn't know that heart was there. It is gone. I apologize. I hate that evil, vile little red thing. I got to figure out how to shut it off as soon as thing comes up. Copper coins. Just moved my Benjis to the Dansko album. Oh, sweet. That's cool. I got some coins I need to move to an album. All right. Anybody else want to come up? You can. Other than that, right now, I'm going to make Gary big. All right. So now you are big, full screen size. Thank you for coming up, Gary. I appreciate you, bud.
Okay, I'm full screen on the YouTube or on the StreamYard side, and I can't see comments. And on the YouTube side, I see you and me, and I see the comments.
Okay, so I want you to be looking at the YouTube side. Just make sure the volume's off. You'll hear
Okay.
me. You'll hear me through StreamYard, and you'll actually probably hear me a little better than they do. And you'll hear me about 5 seconds before they do,
Yep.
because there's no delay between us. So
Yep. I see the delay here. Okay, no problem. I
yeah,
can live with it.
it is what it is. YouTube has a built-in delay so that if something is happening that they need to scrap, that's something that happened. Okay, here's a trivia piece of information. Why do they put a delay on live streaming or live TV? Can anybody tell me what the event was that enacted that law?
I think somebody sweared or there was some nudity, one or the other.
You're really close. Can anybody in chat, or can you tell me what event and what happened? No, it was not Janet Jackson. That is true. Super Bowl, Janet Jackson reached over,
I thought it was
grabbed her
before
piece of her
that.
equipment, and bonk, wardrobe malfunction.
Hmm,
And yes, it
Okay.
is for censorship. And so after that particular event, they enacted that. So there is a anywhere from an 8 to a 10-second requirement on live streams at a bare minimum. Sometimes if you have really good rates, you can turn that down a little bit, and then you can get to that 6 second mark. But you're always going to have a delay. But yes, David Carlisle, Ringmaster Ray, and Larry Downing. That is correct. It was Super Bowl, Janet Jackson, and it's because of censorship. So outstanding. Thank you so much. Who was playing and who ripped off the piece? Well, I know who ripped off the piece, but I cannot remember the teams that were playing. I want to say it was New England Patriots against the was it the Rams?
Oh,
No, they lost at the final point at like the 1 yard line, if I'm not mistaken. Um, yeah, I can't remember. Anyway, so Gary, why don't you tell me? He's like,
I'm
I'm
gonna
moving
move
my
my camera.
camera.
Yep, I'm moving it.
Yeah, I know. It's like I'm going to quit looking to the left so that you're seeing me. Yeah,
There you go. That's better.
he reached over. So for the people who don't know what happened, there was Tennessee Titans. Okay, yeah, I'm not great on sports trivia. But what happened is there's a snap that was supposed to come off. He grabbed the whole thing and ripped it and pulled the whole freaking thing off. So
Yep.
you had about 6 seconds of tee shot, and if you missed it, then it was gone forever. So, um, but yeah. So Gary, why don't you tell me your thoughts about this? What did you think about the proposed bill? Do you think it's a good idea, bad idea? What are your thoughts on this?
I'd have to read the whole bill to really have an informed opinion. But what I think they're trying to do, and the recruitment numbers and the numbers in active duty are part of the reason, not the whole reason. But I think they're trying to modernize and, um, let's say, like you say, take all those databases, make them into one. They're trying to streamline everything and get that potential pool of inductees together, and then quit putting it on the individual to go to the post office and to register, to do it by mail, but to do it automatically. And I think that would further streamline the system. I think that's a good thing. But as far as the rest of it, I don't know. I have to read the bill.
Yeah. So again, when we're talking about that, the automation of the system is there. So just so people don't know, I'm going to read this exactly verbatim, just so you guys understand. The NDAA appropriation bill for 2024 is the Department of Defense appropriation bill fiscal year 24, which provides a total of 824 billion. That is billion with a B, which is 26.7 billion, which is a 3.4% increase over fiscal year 2023 to enact field autonomous systems for the next 24 months to help 50 million will become to help accelerate sensor to shooter capabilities in Indo-PACOM. And so there's a bunch of stuff within the NDAA that is not specific to this. It is a monster. For those of you who don't know what the NDAA is, the NDAA for 23 was something like 1,700 pages. They are quite significant. They are quite large. They cover a large portion of them. Um, Again, it's just one of those things that when you look at the particular item and you look at this, then teacher's very disappointed. Sorry you hear that. But again, everybody has the opportunity to have their own thoughts on things. And this is why we can agree to disagree. If you choose not to disagree and you only want to listen to your side of it, I'm sorry you feel that way. But it's not going to stop me from talking about the facts of the matter. So again, the NDAA is a monster. So when you're talking about things being set in, snuck in, looked at, this is nothing new, folks. This has been done for years and years and years. And again, when we're looking specifically at that piece with the women, one thing the Senate Arms Committee since 2021 has been trying to get that. They've been trying to sneak that into NDAAs ever since. They've tried different appropriations. They've tried different venues by which to do that. So that is nothing new. Now, what I have here is I'm going to a potential risk, Senate appropriation, webmaster has been alerted. There's a potential risk in looking at that. I can't pull up the appropriations. Let me see if I can find, where is it? The bill, it's not allowing me to do that. Let me see if I can open it in another browser. Give me just a sec, folks. I'll see if I can pull that up and I'll see if I can open that. What I'm trying to do is if you go to, hey, Jack Gallman, thanks for coming in. If you go to www.senate.gov, under there, you'll see the Senate Appropriations NDAA 2024. You'll see all the information. It's all listed there. I will tell you it's a monster read. So Control F is your friend. Control F is find. If you want to do that, then you can search the selective service. That'll take you to those items. Read those particular items. When you find that subsection, read that subsection and it will allow you to do so. If one of my moderators is able to actually get to the site, then please put that link in there. If you can't, hey, Teach, what's going on, bud? Yeah, hey, again, folks, you can agree to disagree. It doesn't matter to me what your opinion is. I want to hear people's opinion. I want to see different lights of things. I want to see things from all sides. I have my belief structure. I have what I believe I know. I am red, white, and blue through and through. Gary and I have talked about this in depth. I believe in my country. I will serve for my country, and I will stand in what I believe is right for my country. However, I say my country because my country is your country, and you may not feel the same way. And so we have different beliefs. And guess what? That's what our freaking country was founded on. And I'm going to honor that intent. And so if you believe something different, I got no issue with that. I will listen to your sentiment. I want you to do something for me. I don't want you thinking that you're right and I have to abide by your thoughts. I want you to be able to talk with me and tell me in an easy manner that, hey, I don't agree with that. And I can say, okay, cool. I don't agree with you. So let's talk about this and figure out what's going on. Okay. Oh, dude, teacher, I understand this. My point in this is I don't want somebody leaving because there's a disagreement within chat. I don't want people arguing. I want people to do something. And you guys have heard me say this, and I'll say it 1,000 times, and I'll say it 1,000 more once that's done. I want us to agree to disagree. I want us to think critically and be able to answer questions and ascertain, well, what really is going on here? What is the bottom line? And the bottom line is this, is that we wanted to get some information. I wanted to find out where people are on this. What are people's thoughts? What are people's questions? So that we can help do so. Okay. Oh, hey, McVillan, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you so much. Again, folks, go over and check McVillan's slot out. McVillan, before you leave, do me a favor. Exclamation point, find me. If you will please put that in chat, that'll pull up your channel. Anybody can click on that, go to your channel, and they can check your channel out and see what your channel is about. Again, thanks for coming in. Hey, you got the gifted membership today. That's pretty awesome. So thanks for coming in and doing that. All right. Sorry to deviate on you, Gary. I kind of went squirrely on you. Go ahead and finish your thoughts on this.
No, it's that portion, the modernizing of the selective service system, I think is a good thing. And to further define exclusions, now we have to because of the the trans community. Um, so we have to further define some exclusions there. So I think them redefining and getting things down to a finer point has probably been needed for a while. Um, when it came to the don't ask, don't tell policy and all that crap, and letting gays in the military. I serve with gay guys. Doesn't make any difference. You do your job. I do my job. We're fine. Get along. I got you, man. I got your back. You got mine. Not a big deal. With trans individuals, it's a little bit different because of deployability issues. So yeah, it needed to be further defined in that respect.
So I want to clarify something to teacher really quick, and not just for teacher, anybody who's in the chat. I want to be very clear. If you come in and I don't acknowledge you, it's not because I don't care about you. It's not because I'm not worried about what you think, or I'm just trying to blow you off. When you were streaming and you were conducting a stream, you've got multiple screens. So I'm going to show you guys some. Actually, I don't want to do that right now. I've got a screen here, a screen here, and a screen here. I've got lights over here. I've got a camera. I've got a sound thing down here that I've got to worry about. I've got chat. I've got 3 sets of information up. I've got a live stream set up over here. I'm trying to manage all of this. So if I miss you when you come in, please don't take offense to it. I simply missed you. Okay. I can't answer chat. I can't read chat the entire time that I'm doing that. So please do me a favor. Don't get upset if I don't call you out. Okay. I know that there's another person that him and I have talked on occasion. I won't go into that stream because they don't call me out when I go in there. That is the wrong attitude to go into a stream. If you like the content that they're doing and you're there to support that channel and they don't say hi, you know what you want to do? Do what Great Scott did at Frostbite Coins and Collectibles. Hey, dude, how you doing? I'll see a big red orange screen and I'll say, hey, what's going on, Great Scott? Hey, thanks for that. That's Great Scott pulled that up. When Copper Al said he just wanted to say hi, I don't think it was trying to disagreement. I got that. I didn't know who he was. Great Scott was the one who told me. So again, these are things that when you're streaming, it's really, really, really hard to manage all of it. So please, anybody who sees this, please understand that I do not, maybe Doug Harding is somebody that I'll skip over and not say hi to. Just kidding, Doug. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. But no, I that's not intentional. Again, many times I've got information covering my chat. I don't even see my chat. I squirrel really easy, and Great Scott, anybody who's ever streamed can say that. What's going on, Dave? Yeah. Anybody. Oh no, I get it. Okay, I do. I get it. I just want everybody to understand. I'm not targeting this at teacher. I'm not targeting this at everybody. Doug, now that always will get my attention. Thanks for the $2 super chat. But you don't have to super chat to get my attention. You can if you want to. I'm not going to argue with you. But again, super chats and memberships are not something that I require. But if you want to help the channel and you want to tell me that you like what I'm doing, then it's a good way to let me know that you're here and that you appreciate what I'm doing for you. Because I'll tell you right now, folks, I put a lot of time to research all this stuff to make sure that I got you good, adequate information. And so I don't mind doing it. It's what I'm here for. Mainly it's coins and history. But again, member requested item, and I wanted to do the due diligence and give you the best information I can. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate the super chats. Tiger did 10 gifted memberships earlier. Um, Doug and Tiger, and we got a couple different people that have done super chats. So thank you so much. So Gary, I want to do something. He says, I'll just text you. Stacking with Kraken, Doug showing off. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate you. Now, Gary and I uh, had a really cool conversation. Now, if you see in this right here, it's the notification. What you're not seeing right now is the stream boss. That's not removed. I left this here because I wanted it here, because I wanted to take away all the other distractions and talk about what really mattered. Um, but Gary and I, like I said, when we did the DB Cooper video, we talked a lot about it, and I pulled pieces out to make the video. There was a lot of stuff that you and I talked about that didn't actually make that particular interview, not because it wasn't good information, but because we talked like almost 2 hours. It was a really long video. um, but when we talk about looking at things again, and I think Gary, I'm glad that Gary's here. Again, Gary is a diehard patriot. And again, folks, patriot is not zealot. Patriot doesn't mean that if you were anti-military that we hate you. We would like to understand why you're anti-military. A lot of times the people not anti-military, they're anti-war. And so we understand that there's a lot of guys in the military who are anti-war. You think we want to
Hmm.
go and, shoot things and do, no, there's a lot of people that don't want to do that. He can speak to that far better than I can. Um, I've been in conflict, but it was cutting holes in the Red Sea. So I wasn't directly in harm's way. Um, so he's had different experiences with that. I don't think anybody's pro war. I don't think anybody's pro draft. But what we do have to do is we have to make sure that things are in place to protect the sovereignty of our nation. And we need to make sure that if we just let it all go, it's going to go to shit. And the people who take this seriously and don't take it for granted, they're going to come in and take it over. And I don't want that to happen, not on my watch. What about you, Gary?
Yeah, we have four forms of power, four power centers vying for control of this world. And without naming them, you can probably guess them. Um, War is one of those things that keeps those power centers in check, at bay, uh, second guessing our intentions. And it, well, just the threat of war does that. War is the final option. When you have no other options, then war is what we do. But everything should be talked about first. That's why we have ambassadors. That's why we have CIA for intelligence collecting, NSA, DSI, all those alphabet agencies collecting intelligence, trying to second guess or best guess what our adversaries are going to do. Um, War can not only be shooting bullets and bombs, but it can also be, and you're seeing it now, information warfare, technological
Exactly.
warfare,
Yep.
psychological operations, misinformation, disinformation, and social media is spreading a lot of it, a lot. So warfare can take many, many different shapes. And this is just dealing with one aspect, one tiny little aspect of um, our containment, let's say, I
Yeah.
guess.
Again, you guys have heard me say this a number of times on various streams. The next major war, and I'm talking serious world war, major mass conflict is going to start conventionally, but it's going to be conducted cyber.
Hmm.
Cyber is going to be how that war is fought. Now, there will be a conventional component. There will always be a conventional component to warfare. It just is what it is. But cyber is going to be the advent of how that war is fought. And you guys need to understand that our money, our power, our water, our food supply, our generalized infrastructure is
Yep.
managed on this ones and zeros. That's it,
Yep.
binary. Put the right binary combination together, and you can do a lot of cool stuff. You can do a lot of dangerous stuff, and you can do a lot of harmful stuff. Hey, Amy, thanks for coming in. I always appreciate you. Thank you for your insights, your comments. I appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much. I definitely, definitely, definitely appreciate you. Um, but again, the next major war will be cyber. Now, many of you know that last year there was a major cyber event in which an unknown um, aggressor. Let's be political about our terminology here, since Gary did such a great job of that just a moment ago. We have an unnamed aggressor who targeted certain items. The Texas power and water structure were two of those particular items. And the power and water grid were quite easy to take down. Actually, they let us know in no uncertain terms that it had been quite easy to shut down. And people are like, well, why would they do that? How many people have been to Texas? Raise of hands. Okay, so there's only two of us that I see. There's 22 people in chat. Come on, folks, raise your hands. All right, there you go. We got a couple more. Um, just kidding. I know it's crazy. Hey, Long Live Coins, what's going on? Good to see you. Um, Larry, what's going on? Hey, oh, Philip the Board, I missed you earlier. I know you're late. No worries. It's all good. I know your intent as well. You can go back and watch it later. Texas, why is it so important? Well, it's military. Like, how many bases are in Texas? Even after the Bracks? Like, a lot, right? And so there's a lot of military power here. There are uh, rather unnamed forts and camps all throughout Texas that are the purveyor of weapons and things that have been obtained through raids and things of whether it be camps or mob whatnot that are stored in Texas. In fact, one of them is quite literally about 4.5 miles from my home. So there are a number of things like that that happens where why would you want to take out Texas? Well, it's a big place. It's a military powerhouse. There's a lot. All the services are located here. It would take a huge chunk out of our military if we lost our water and energy infrastructure. It'd be detrimental, right? Ones and zeros. They shut down Wall Street through cyber engagement or cyber warfare. Warfare is going to be fought through ones and zeros. But again, there will always, always, always be a component of conventional warfare. Kraken, I got to go to bed. You all have a good one. Take care, brother. I hope you're
See
doing
you,
well. I
Kraken.
know this week was very tough for you. So much love, brother. Again, as always, you know we're here for you. We love you. We appreciate you. And if you ever need anything, you know how to reach us. And if not, you know the number that matters most. All right. Love you, brother. Take care. Thanks for coming in and supporting us. Um, Again, now there are a lot of things um, regarding this particular one. Now, do I support this? Bottom line up front, yes. Frosty supports this particular bill. I think the automation of this is a good thing. And the reason that I think it's a good thing is because it's going to, one, protect people from making mistakes they don't know they're necessarily making. There's a lot of
Correct.
uninformed people, simply because they live in areas where they don't get this information. There's a lot of, as Gary said so eloquently a little while ago, misinformation is rampant. And
I'll tell you a
so,
story, Frosty,
yeah, go ahead.
about that. When I was in school, I was put back in the fifth grade, so I repeated fifth grade. I was 19 when I graduated high school. I was supposed to sign up for selective service at 18, and I didn't realize it. When I did go in when I graduated high school to sign up, the postmaster looked at me and said, "Why weren't you here a year ago? That's against the law." I said, "I didn't know. I thought I had to be out of high school." No, that's not correct when you turn 18. So it didn't matter because I enlisted, what, 2 weeks after that. But that's just the mistakes that can be made. And this bill is trying to correct that.
Yeah. And again, now there's always other motive, right? It's not just to protect the citizens. As stated in the information inside the bill, it's very clear that one of the major processes is the system that they use for selective service is a great number of years old. It's antiquated. They need to update this particular system. So there's going to be money provision for that. But again, when you're looking for these items, now I as a process improvement person, or I as a person who deal with looking at analytics, especially when you're talking about in substructures affecting whatever it might be, without giving too much away. It's important that you understand and look at all the components, right? You can't say, um, let's take a car. Okay, we'll take a car as a good example. Everybody in here knows what a car is, and if you don't, then a car is a thing that has something that make it go, four wheels, and something that you sit in. You have an opportunity to do this, and the car goes back and forth and takes you places. You put your foot on the pedal, it goes faster, slower. Put your foot on another pedal, and it stops you. Basic premise of a car. So if you didn't know, now you know. All right. So if you have a car, if I say, get in your car and go to Austin, Texas, does that give you all the information that you need? No. Um, whose car? Um, I don't have a vehicle. How am I supposed to get there? Where is Austin, Texas? Does this inquire me taking a boat? Does this inquire me
Who's
taking a
paying?
plane? Yeah, who's
Who's
paying?
paying?
Right. So, does it give me all the information? No. So when you look at something like this, there's a whole lot of other stuff that's being taken into account that we may not know, um, that uh, they're discussing. There may be things in here that are secondary and tertiary that not included in the bill because they're assumed liabilities or assets based off of the information that they have that is covered under some other article tied to this particular element of this particular item within this bill. Um, and so there's a lot of amendments and addendums and all these other things that happen in these that include a bunch of information that may not be included in the discussion that we're having today. So again, there's not all the information isn't there, but again, the general premise was understanding what you're hearing in the media, understanding what's right, what's wrong, understanding how this is going to be done, and the fact that it hasn't been approved yet. It's only made it through the House. It's still got to go through the Senate, and then it's still got to go through the executive branch. So again, there's still a long ways for this to go, but it's not done until it's signed by POTUS. And so there's a lot of things that can come in. There's a lot of factors. There's budgetary constraints. There's a lot more to come before this happens. The NDA 24 may not come out until 26. So be aware that this is nothing that's going to happen like really, really quickly. There's a lot of stuff that
Do-
has to happen.
I have a question. Does the president have a line item veto right now?
Okay. I don't know the answer to that. I would say, God, I hope not. Um, but I don't know the answer. Um,
Because I do know a lot of times they'll stuff things into these bills that are hidden and shouldn't be in there, and they really need to be struck. So
Um,
sometimes it's a good deal, sometimes it's not.
yeah, I don't. Again, my thing is no. Yaksev says no. I don't, but I don't honestly. I don't know the answer to that. I would have to look into this left. Um, namaste. It's in the NDAA. Everything budget, military, defense is piggybacked on this. Um,
Yep, yeah.
this is a monster beast. So yes, there's a lot of stuff in this. Uh,
You can imagine there's pork in there. You just imagine it.
yeah, and there's going to be stuff in here. As your blues like, absolutely not. Yeah. So yes, there's in every bill, regardless, there's something stuck in there to benefit because again, you're talking about consension, right? You're talking about making sure not consension, consensus. You're talking about consensus. You want to make sure that when you go to mediate this, which is basically a mediation, there's enough in here that you win, both parties win. And if both parties win enough, they'll concession the concession they have to make is small enough or they're willing to do it because they got something that's big enough for them, then the parties will agree enough to do either bipartisanship or whatever to make this thing happen. But yeah, there's always stuff tucked in the holes. Some crack and crevice somewhere has some weird, outlandish, crazy stuff in it. Always, and will always. Even the ones that rename post offices. Yeah, Michael Wells, that's funny because it's 100% truth. Like, we're renaming the post office, but we're going to put this electrical grid right next to this daycare.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like they don't mention the electrical grid, but all they do is speak, talking about this. They want to rename this the Barack Obama post office in Birmingham, and they want to honor, and it's like, have you read this? Have you looked through it? So again, folks, this is what I say: the of the importance of doing things. My number one: think critically, right? Don't take a single source for this. Look at multiple sources. Look at your media outlet, the media outlet that you choose, and see if they own the other 4 or 5 media outlets that you watch. If you do, you're only getting
That
one side of the story.
I have to respond to Azure Blue here. The chances of your congressman reading each bill is zero. That is correct. That's why they have staffers. Staffers read the bill, and they have certain staffers read certain sections and report back to the congressman. And then the congressman will ask them, "Well, how do you feel about this section?" And they'll say yay or nay. And that's how they make their decision. You find very, very few congressmen that will read an entire bill. For one thing, they don't have time.
I know one
Yeah,
who's done it, and you'll know when he does it. And the dude's a madman, and I love him. He's from the state of Texas. But Ted Cruz,
Cruz. Yeah,
he's a madman. When he's on something and he reads it, he will read the details. He has a great staffing team. He's got paralegals and all sorts of stuff that read this
yeah,
and comb through. But if he finds something, he's like, "Ooh, I need to look at this. I really need to dig into this." That man will read that bill. It's one
yeah,
reason that I support that man. You may not like him, but I respect the holy hell out of him. Another person who will do great measures to do this is now retired, and I think he's long gone. Was Orrin Hatch um,
yeah.
from Utah? He
Yep,
was another one who
yep,
actually did a lot of this. There are few exceptions, but they will not read every one of them. But when they're really behind something, you can damn well guarantee they're going to learn and understand every line item, every argument. But that's exactly what Gary said. The team of staffers, it's the people that they have digging behind the scenes, it's their lawyers, it's their paralegals, it's they're digging through all sorts of the nuance. So they have teams and teams and teams of people doing this because there's no way that as a single person, hell, I can't read a single newspaper in a Sunday afternoon, let alone a 1,700-page bill. So I had a hard enough time reading the 200 sections of the section that governs what I do. So, yeah, no, it'll never ever happen. I went to law school in Michigan and clerked for, oh, sweet. So he's speaking from experience.
Yep.
Um, Very cool, Azure.
And Larry is right to a certain extent. It's a us versus them mentality. We want the win, we don't want the loss, and blah blah blah. The That's another reason why we need term limits. We need congressmen that go in there and actually talk to each other from both sides and can agree to disagree on things or to agree on things. That's how you get things done by compromise. You know, and our congressmen are two team mentality right now.
All right, so I'm commenting to Dan McCumber. He said bills should be 17 pages, and I said no, bills should be 1, 2, 5, 10, 50, and 100.
Well, they should also be single item bills. If we're voting on, let's say, oh, I don't know, immigration reform, that's what we're proposing. That's what we're voting on. We're not sneaking in or piggybacking anything onto that other than what that bill pertains to.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things that as you look at um, certain elements, certain items, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make myself just a little bit bigger so that I fill a little bit more of the screen. So I'm not just this little tiny dot. There we go. um, I know you're larger than life, Gary,
There
but yeah, I agree. Term limits need to be there. That's absolutely something that I'm all for. I do think that in the legislative branch we do that, but in the with the House and the Representatives and the Senate, I think that they should be 2 terms. But I do think that in the judicial branch, I think that term should be set to 3. The only reason that I say it should be set to 3, this is my personal belief, is that sometimes you need people there long enough to explain the intent of the law. And it's hard to do that if you've been gone or if you haven't been there for the 10 years since the law was enacted. So I think a 10-year limit on the Supreme Court should be enacted, or excuse me, 8 years should be enacted, no more than 8. Um, but it's just my personal thing. A lot of people don't agree with it. They should have term limits all the way across the board. But the Supreme Court, whether you like them or not, they are the laws that govern our land. They look at, and it's important that they understand them. And when you look at currency of a skill set, when you look at currency of law, or you look at currency of medicine, it is if somebody leaves, what is the value of the knowledge that they take with them? And so if
correct.
they take too much knowledge with them and the value is too great, what do we do? And so it's very difficult to set term limits on the judicial side because a lot of the information they have is important. Where it's important that we do that is when we get that 7-2 rating, and there's always that leaning towards the one side, and the law always leans to one specific side. We never get an even balance. When that happens, and it happens frequently, we end up with lopsided laws that favor something, and that's going to cause more dissension and more likely that people are going to break the laws that we work so hard to uphold. So, in that, I think there needs to be a delicate balance of that. People can change over time, they can take and move their position within it. We've seen it within Supreme Court
Yes.
justices before. They can
Yep.
shift and move their position. So you think you have a balanced Supreme Court, and 2 years later, you're lopsided as hell. Those things do happen. It happens because people change. They get in, they start learning stuff. They learn even more about the law. They see things from a different vantage point, and they change their mindset. So that happens. Another thing
You know what?
is, go ahead.
When it comes to term limits on federal judges, uh, each president can fire every federal judge on the bench and then reappoint a new set of federal judges. But there are so many that they won't do that. A lot of the stuff that comes before the Supreme Court shouldn't even make it to the Supreme Court because the constitutionality of a law is the constitutionality of the law. There is clear intent in the Constitution. And so a lot of these issues that are coming before the Supreme Court shouldn't even reach them if the federal court,
Agree.
the lower courts were doing their job.
Agree. And a lot of times, and we've seen this, there's been stories recently where a judge defers because they don't want to look bad. A great example of that, you guys remember the TV show or the movie Miracle, or it's the movie. I think it might have been a TV show for a short time, but The Miracle on 34th Street.
Mhm.
Remember the scene at the very end when Santa Claus is sitting in the courtroom and his wife is standing there, and it's like, if you say he's not Santa Claus, you're the judge that ruined Christmas for the
Yeah,
kids across the world. And if you do, people are going to call you a loon.
yeah.
And so, how did they do that? That's like, well, I've got to find some legal mechanism to be able to say he must be what he is because the post office delivered the mail to him and they only delivered the mail to the people. So the post office declared him Santa Claus. Thereby, I cannot overrule this. The federal entity of the post office says that he is Santa Claus. And so that happens in law at the lower levels a lot. This was deemed here.
Convoluted thinking.
Say again.
Convoluted thinking.
Yeah. And so this happens a lot. So I absolutely agree that we do end up with a lot of things that happen in that end up in places that they shouldn't, because well, they don't want to look bad. There's no money in it. Um, that's not really my jurisdiction. Or you get a judge who's just overly hard or overly pacifist.
Yeah.
Um, so
Or they
there's
got
a
a
wide
political
range of
bias
issues.
or
Yeah,
yeah. Yep.
and bias is a genuine thing, folks. Everywhere. Anybody who says they have bias are biased to bias.
Yep. And
So,
anybody who says they're not prejudiced is lying to your face
yep.
because everybody is.
Well, and that's that. Yeah, and the we won't get into that argument. That's a whole sticky wicket. Um,
Well,
but Azure says the Constitution explicitly states that federal judges, including the Supreme Court, hold offices during good behavior. It does not provide clear mechanism for their removal. Um, no, but there's uh, executive level documentation that talks about the removal of legislative. Again, checks and balances, right? Checks and balances are in place. So you're not going to see too many laws because if there were laws on it, then the Supreme Court could uphold them being in place. They could basically take over the three leg of the legislative, judicial, and executive branches, right? So you have to put the balance in either the legislative or the executive level, and that's been done. It's just difficult, and like uh, Gary said just moments ago. Gary said just moments ago, you're not going to get a president to do that on a large scale. One, because it removes partially their political party, but it also can be political suicide um, if you remove a whole set of uh, judges at the same time, because now you can be deemed as being unconstitutional or uh, tweaking the legality of something to your own accord. Not like we haven't heard that uh, a time or two in the past.
lately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So their appointment process, administrative like law judges, firing also under presidential. Yeah. Um, again, there's a lot of stuff to look at when it comes to things like this. Um, it gets muddied, right? We've muddied it over time. The more we add to explain it, the more we muddy the waters. I think the Constitution was pretty much good. We have amendments. How many amendments do we have now?
20, 24? No,
I can't remember. Honestly, I can't remember. I told you this is one section of my knowledge base that is not where it needs to be. I can't commit all this stuff to memory. It's
I
27,
know you're
29. I can't remember. Uh, somebody look it up and throw it in chat if you would. I'd appreciate it. Michael already must, or no, he just said I think. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of, yeah, 27. Good job, Michael.
27. There we go. I was
And I
pretty
can
short.
never remember. But again, there's a lot of different things that we have to look at, and a lot of, again, the more we try to explain something, the muddier the waters can get. So we do have to be careful in that case. Um, but the intent of the law usually is pretty clear, um, and sometimes laws are written vague, just like policies are written
Purpose.
vague for a reason, because they need to be open to interpretation because otherwise it becomes too much control over an entity or party or whatnot, and they violate certain laws or certain amendments by doing that. So,
There has to be ambiguity in some laws because the intent of one person versus another person, one person might have criminal intent where the other person has just no intent whatsoever. I mean, very righteous intent. And so the law has to be kind of ambiguous so that the judge can actually make a decision
yeah,
or the jury can make a decision.
very cool. This has been a fun conversation. I really enjoy this. This is something that again, tomorrow is Juneteenth. So I wanted to talk about this because tying this into the unconstitutional aspect, I've heard a lot of people say, well, this is unconstitutional. Actually, it's not. It's not because DOD is separate of the Selective Service. Again, it's not initiating the draft. Again, it's not um, telling you have to join the military. So I wanted to clarify some of these. And then again, just have some general chit chat, some conversation about this. And, just kind of do what I wanted to do. I want to thank the members and the subscribers who asked me about this, who asked me to present more information about it. Again, if you have something you really want to know and it's pressing and it's something that affects multiple people, let me know. I am a Coin and Collectibles channels. I love talking about the history of stuff, but I want people to be informed because, again, those who are not informed are slave to the system. I want people to understand what the facts are and give them the best information that I can. And if I can't, I'll do what I can to bring people up who actually have that information and can speak a little bit more clearly. So again, if you have information that you want to do, if you have questions, comments, concerns, let me know. Gary, my friend, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out with me for a little while. I wish a couple more people would have taken the invitation and the offer, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to end this segment of the stream. Okay, it's done. It's over. I'm wrapping it up. Done. It's cool. If there's something numismatic, coin, collecting, something of that nature that you want to talk for a little while, I'm willing to stay up for a little bit longer and continue the conversation. If there are things in chat, I don't care if you're just popping in to see what the hell is going on. We've already talked about the premise of it. If you have specific questions, please let me know. Larry, you have a great teacher voice, and I can tell you enjoy teaching. My mom affectionately calls me the professor, not because I'm smart, but because I like to gather information and help people stay informed. I like learning things to teach them. This is why I enjoy. When did the DB Cooper case occur? 71, 74.
Oh man,
Thanks,
before I was out of high
Namaste, for the
school.
super chat. Appreciate you. I just went blank. 74, I believe.
Could be the year I was out of high school.
Yeah, because I think we just celebrated the 50th anniversary or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway, I'll look it up. But I did a story on DB Cooper, 50 years later, because I learned about a bill, a piece of a bill, a fragment of a bill from three of my members. Teachers here, he was there. Um, and it was freaking awesome. That was there. And it was, uh, oh my God, who else was there? SkyQuest. SkyQuest. So we were sitting around dinner and we were talking about cool collectible items. 71. Thank you, Azure. I appreciate you. Thank you, Great Scott. So we were talking about it and I was like, that's really interesting. And they were like, why don't you do a story on that? And I was like, let me look it up. I know a little bit about it. I kind of understand it, jumped out of an airplane and whatever. Let me look it up. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, this is a cool story. There's a lot to it. There's so much hypothesis and theory and the old school method of the story and the new school method of the story. And oh no, everybody now thinks he died in the crash. But back in the day, it's like, no, we know who he is. He was here. They have eyewitness accounts. They can say what he was wearing, and he showed up at a coffee shop, dripping wet. He's like, "No, just waiting for a friend." There's so many of those things that I just love. So if you like stories like that, if you find of something of a hoard or something, and you want me to talk about it, then one, it's a good time to do so. We can talk about the various items, talk about stories that might be interesting to you and other people. But if you like that, let me know because again, the DB Cooper came around, four guys sitting around having dinner that went, have you heard this story? And I was like, no. Then they filled me in. Steve, looking for silver, good buddy of mine, great supporter of the channel, said, hey, Frosty, you know what you need to do? Have you ever heard of the Redfield Hoard? And I was like, oh, I've seen the coins. He's like, you need to look up this story. And they were holding a race. And I was like, well, he's giving one away. Maybe I should try to put in for it. And I won it. And I was like, well, damn, now I got to figure this out. I got to find out what it's about. So some of the greatest videos that I have on my channel have come because of subscribers and of members who said, hey, have you heard about this story? Go check it out. So if you like that, please reach out to me. Let me know. Send me a text message or if you have my number or an email. Exclamation point email will pull my email up. It's been jumped in here a bunch of times by Nightbot. So exclamation point email or exclamation point find me if you want to post your channel. Gary, is there anything that you want to talk about? Anything that's embedded in your mind, getting away from the topic that we just talked about?
Coins.
Cool. What do you want to talk about?
I have a set, and I don't know where it's at right now.
I have a set that belongs to my wife.
It's a BU set put out by the Mint, and I would like to know if either PCGS or NGC certifies coins as a set.
So NGC has done that very thing. They did one with the Type 1, Type 2 Britannias that had the king and the queen on it. They have done the, oh, for heaven's sakes, is it the Fenrir that came in the 2-coin set? They have done the 4-coin set for the 2009 Lincoln cents. So yes, NGC does it. Yes, they will absolutely do that. Send it to NGC. Yeah, I think it's the Fenrir, Larry. It's the 2-coin, and actually people use that 2-coin thing for other Type 1, Type 2 ASCs. Yeah, so they'll do it. I think they would do that as a set. Tell them that you want to do it as a set. You would need to send it in. Yeah, that's what I said. The 2009 penny sets for Lincoln. What the hell is the requirement for that. You have to send it in. I think you have to send it in the set, and just know that you won't get any of it back. Like you'll get the coins back, but you won't get the booklet, the little cardboard holder. You won't get any of that stuff back.
That's
So,
fine.
um, but yeah, you can have it. You can have it done. You can have them done as a. Excuse me. Pardon me. Didn't mean to yawn. Um, you can have it done as a, yeah, sent in the original packaging. You can have it done as uh, a graded item, so you can have them graded individually, or if they're all BU, you can have it just listed
Yeah,
as genuine BU
yeah, it's a proof set, so
1776. Yeah. So yeah, and I think you had to have it in. I think it does have to be in the original packaging. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, NGC will do it. You can look
Okay.
at who does a lot of submissions in the community. Um, Try to think of who does submissions. You can check with somebody like um, Mike from Mid America Coins. He sends a lot of stuff off. I don't know. He loves CAC. He sends a lot of stuff to CAC. I don't know if CAC would do that or not. Um, you can check with him and see if he's going to be sending anything off into NGC. He primarily is PCGS and CAC. You can check with a couple other people. CoinOp, Robert Lawson is a check stacker saying sends a lot of stuff. And the reason you want to
Check
check with
that.
those channels that send lots of it is you'll get a better price. It'll cost you
Yeah,
less than if you do
yeah.
it. Um, I got my first memo. Oh, that's so cool. Great, Scott. Yeah, I have a membership to BCGS
Cool.
along with goodness gracious. I need to get something to drink here in a second. With Founded Buried. Yeah, I need to go get me something. I've been talking for almost 2 hours, and I I thought I'd filled up my water bottle, but I either grabbed the wrong one or I've drank a lot already. Um, yeah, Joe Durbin, but Joe Durbin doesn't submit frequently.
Okay.
If he has
I'll ask Joey.
something, if he has something that's going out and he's doing a submission, he'll definitely do that. There's a number of people that you can do that with. So there are a lot of people that can assist in that. Um,
I'll ask Joey. I attend his auctions regularly.
I found an 1837 Furtwängler cent. That coin has an interesting story. Um, I don't know what that is. Uh, I have never heard of it before.
Right.
Yeah,
Furtwängler.
dehydration. It's crazy. I need to actually let me do this. Gary, do you have anything that you can show for 5 minutes so I can run downstairs and grab something to drink?
Oh yeah, I think I can find something. Does
If there's somebody else that wants to come up and talk coins, share something. Great, Scott. If you want to come up, check. If you want to come up, um, fill up the board. FTB. If you want to come up, you guys want to come up and just chat, chit chat. We can talk coins. Do that stuff. Then go ahead. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to step away for just a minute. I really do need to get something to drink. So give me just a second. Um, Gary can show a couple items. I'll be right back. I apologize for doing this midstream, but I have definitely got to get something in my water bottle or my throat's going to fall apart. So I'll be right back. Thanks, folks.
does anyone collect anything specific? I collect Canadian coins, sets especially, but the one set that I collect are Canadian commemoratives, and they are the first special service force coins, of which they made a half-ounce silver coin, and they made a three-quarter ounce silver coin, and never made an ounce that I know of. So from 2013 to 2021, they made a half ounce commemorative, except for 2021 or 2020, excuse me, during COVID. So every year had a half ounce up until 20, what was it, 2021? Yeah, up until 2021. There were 2 years where they made a 3/4 ounce for some reason, just to see if they would sell. I'm not sure why. Then every year they also made a 1/10 ounce gold. And I think there was 2 years where they made a 1/4 ounce gold. I have every year so far, except for 2013 10th ounce gold and a half ounce coin, half ounce silver. I've got the 3/4, and I'm missing 1/4 ounce gold also. But then they also put out a copper commemorative also, which I got that one. I think I have every coin except for four: 1/10 ounce, 2/10 ounce golds, 1/4 ounce gold, and 1/2 ounce silver. But I don't know if anybody else collects these. These are a really nice looking coin, and they changed the design on the back one time from the star and maple leaf to an eagle and a maple leaf. Oop. Yeah, that's really, really shiny. Here, I'm going to switch over to StreamYard, see if I can't do this a little better. Yeah, there's the star and the maple leaf with the unit patch in the middle. And the other side's the queen, of course. And let me see if I can find the eagle one for you. Here. Here's one with the eagle and the maple leaf on. And again, it's just a queen. But I do have some of the golds. There's one of the gold 1/4 ounces in there. And I think there's four or how many I got in here? There's a few in there, 4 or 5 10th ounces. And I do have the copper. And I found one guy that was selling a tube. I think it's 20 of the 2015s. So what I do with these tubes is we have a Special Forces Association chapter in Iowa, and I'm giving each of the guys members one of those coins. Now you might ask yourself, why do I collect First Special Service Force coins commemoratives from Canada? Well, I'm a Green Beret. Yeah, I know, retired one,
Semper Fi.
and
Oh wait, that's the Marines.
that is a World War II Ranger Reconnaissance Intel Gathering Unit, and we take our lineage from them. So that's why I'm interested in those coins. Anybody else collect anything specific like that?
So you know that I collect ships. So anything that's shipped. So I like those.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I like the Spanish galleons and stuff like that. So there's a lot of uh, stuff like that. But yeah, we have quite a few people that collect a lot of very specific items.
I
Okay,
didn't know if I was weird or what, but
well, yeah, but I don't think it's because of your coin collecting.
I knew that was coming.
Let's see. So I'm going to go back to what Great Scott said. The Furtwängler cent was a nickel silver private token. Coin circulated to the U.S. by Louis Furtwängler during the 1830s and 18. I'm going
Ah,
to
man.
have to look that up. Um, that's cool.
I will
Checker.
bet Tiger Stacker is also very interested in the Eastern Asian or Eastern Europe, Western Asian coins, because that's where his family is from.
It's where my wife's from.
Is that right?
Yep, him and I
Uh,
share that same at different locations, same general area. That's my problem. Frostbite captures my ships. So, Larry, one thing I need to do, and you actually remind me of this, and I had talked about this for a long time, and I wanted to do it. I never finished my ships on coins. There were a couple more coins that I wanted to do for the ships on coins series. Um, and then I wanted to do a couple more on the planes on coins series. But the other series that I never started, and if anybody in here has it, I'm going to relinquish this idea to you, and that is the military on coins. It would be a great, if you're looking to do a really cool series of coins. You could do a series of shorts and a series of, 2, 3, 5 minute videos, whatnot. If we have anybody in chat who's looking for, oh, actually, I'm going to make a plug. Mad Stacker's not here, but they have a member that they're looking for the Saturday morning premiere train. It's to do like a 12 or 13 minute video every week. They start at 11 o'clock Eastern and go till 1 o'clock Eastern. And then they usually go over to trade days or whatever it is that they move into. They're looking for somebody to do that. If somebody's looking for an opportunity to gain hours, somebody's looking for an opportunity to kind of gain the opportunity. And I don't care if you're in the coin community, stacking community. I don't care if you're metal detecting. Great Scott or Ringmaster Ray was here just a little while ago. Does videos all the time on that. It would be an amazing series where you look, yeah, planes, ships, tanks, weapons, all sorts of stuff, and you just say it's military on coins, and I think that it would be great. You could have stuff like Gary's commemorative stuff. You could do. I think it'd be really cool, and it's something that I wanted to do, and then I kind of bogged myself down into. I like doing the talking about the coins. I like talking about that. But more of what I like is I like talking about the history. So one thing that I did is I'm going to bring something up and I'm going to show you guys. Now I did this for two reasons. You guys know John Howe passed away. But I did something, and this is going to be noisy. So give me just a second. Let me shut this off. Okay. So I did something, Gary. I'm going to cover you up for just a minute.
well, that's nice. Good.
All right. So
I
what
should step down. I want to step down. All
oh, are
right.
you?
Yeah, if that'd be all right with you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're more than
All right.
welcome.
I'll hang out and chat.
Thanks, bud. I appreciate you coming up.
Yep. We'll go over there and I'll give you the full screen.
All right. Sounds good, brother.
See you guys. Bye.
All right. Well, thanks, Gary, so much for coming up. I appreciate you being here. It was a lot of fun having you up. But one thing that I did here is I'm changing again. As you grow, you're figuring stuff out. You're identifying what you like and what you're good at, and what other people like. And being the professor, I like, and I joke with that because my mom was in here. I like talking about the history of things, learning lessons about history. Again, I'm really going to dig into this coin that was brought up because I'm really interested in finding it out. Check Sacker's 1918 Czechoslovakian coin, looking at some of those things. What are the stories behind them? What happened in history? Was there something that's gone on? Like the video that's going to be dropping tomorrow regarding Sir Isaac Newton and his play in combating counterfeiting and the changing in how our coins were minted and some of the advents that him, along with some other famous names in history, actually changed numismatics and how they actually prevented things like counterfeiting and forging to some degree. Actually, in some cases, made it easier to forward, because, or not easier, but more artistic. It made it the forgers work hard, so it became more of an art. There's a lot of different things in that particular video that's coming out tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. But again, what I did is I changed. You seen I had the big frosty thing here, but what I put here is it's where the stories are told, because ultimately the people that are here want to hear kind of what's going on, whether it be the stories, whether it be the information like, John Howe's passing and talking about how he impacted the community and the stuff that he did. That's why John is here. I actually have him embodied on my page because he had a fervent belief in the community and what he wanted to do, and Wounded Warriors, and the love that we have for our vets. I have the call out, the salute to the veteran. I have DB Cooper. I have the seated. I have the hobo nickels. I have gold. I have obviously my gold ship, right? Um, I have the gold coins. These are American coins. This actual story was more talking about the belligerent activities of manipulating seniors to thinking that these gold coins are something that they should collect in retirement. And this group thought that it would be really cool to tell everybody you should collect the gold coins, and they show a handful of these. So people were going out buying a bunch of these, thinking that they were storing gold for greater profit, not realizing that they were just buying face value. They thought they were getting killer deals when in fact they were getting ripped off. So it's the stories that I'm more interested in, looking at the history, finding out what it is about the coin, being able to identify and find that kind of stuff, and bring you that information, because that is numismatics, right? Talking about the history, what happened to the coin, where the history, where it came from, why it's there, who were the key actors. I mean, for God's sakes, I didn't even know until a few weeks ago that Einstein was the father, the brainchild of the screw press. He brought in a French manufacturing person and said, "This is my idea. This is what I want to do," and this French guy created it. So I had no idea that he was so influential in the numismatic hobby and in the minting and the creation of coins. Hobo nickels, yeah, crazy cool stuff, right? There's a lot of cool stuff in the hobo nickel, and where did that come from? And why did they actually call it the hobo when, in fact, the hobo was kind of a bad a term? These were people who were just down and out of their luck, looking for a way to gain support and provide for their families. They were more gypsies than they were hobos, but we don't call it the gypsy nickel. um, and so it's the story that I want to talk about. So I've changed this up a little bit. And so you'll see this new banner if you ever come to my site, because again, people have stories, coins have stories, gold and silver, the market has stories. When I'm on with Tiger Stacker, we talk about all sorts of different items and venues. I do not need this up, so let's go ahead and drop this. If anybody wants to come up, again, I'm just going to kill this. I don't need this open. We'll just leave that here. Let me bring down. We'll just put this little logo here and just have it for S and Gs. But if somebody wants to come up and talk about a particular item, please, go ahead and come on up and we can continue the conversation, because I want to just have these general offerings of chit chat. One thing that I don't do enough of is just chat. I do have Paula up and I do have Eric up, and on Sundays when we just do our general chit chat, it's basically them and me, mainly them. That all we do is we just talk, whatever it is, and the conversations are good, and we have it, and people ask questions, and we're able to solve and resolve some of those items. But what I want to do is I want to offer periodic times. It's not going to happen every Tuesday. It's not going to happen all the time, but I want to make sure that I include an opportunity for just people in the community to come up, chit chat, show what you like, talk about what it is. And since tomorrow is a holiday, I have the night off. I figured what a great time to really offer the opportunity for people to come in and just do this. I can hammer out and resolve some of the nuances that are here within some of the selective service crap that's going on, the misinformation that's there, and then I can also make sure that we talk about some items. Gary came up, we were able to talk about that particular item and where we're at with some of the items, see where he felt. We talk a little about legislation branch. I mean, so these are the kind of things that I want to talk about, and morph it to what am I doing? What did I do? Coins. So again, if you want to come up, please do me a favor. By all means, it's pinned up top. Come on up if you want to talk about it. Like most classical era coins, imagine how many people have handed it over the centuries. You know, there is something that I would love to be able to do. Oh man, speak of the devil and he shall arrive. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Not much. I'm great, man. I'm great.
I am
How
so
about
sad.
yourself?
I am so sad I didn't get to go to Tulsa.
So are we. You
Like
were sorely missed.
genuinely bummed. Um, let's go ahead and throw you up or make you big. Anybody else wants to come up? I'll hear the little famous sound. Um, but yeah, I ended up with the nasty bug, and I got pretty down and out. I was having a hard time. Like I couldn't even walk up a half a flight of my stairs without having to stop because I couldn't breathe. So
Oh no.
there was no way. Even I mean, I financially we were a decent place. I was like, I might try to sneak up there and see what I can do. But oh my God, that Wednesday I got so sick it was horrible.
Yeah, I thought that maybe it was because of the previous trip and having to get caught up on work. I didn't know it was because of that sickness. I'm glad you're doing better.
Yeah, recovering really well. I was able to get on the Plavaxid or whatever it was, and that kind of helped me out. The biggest thing is I didn't feel bad. I just
Really?
had no energy. I had this nasty. I still kind of have it in my chest, into my throat. Um, but it got into my chest, and I just couldn't breathe. And you know that I have suffered lung damage in the military anyway, and so any kind of additional uh, uh, kind of pulmonary issues that get tied into that just they hit me hard. So it sucked, but I heard the coin show was great. I heard the venue was great. Um,
Oh my gosh. Yeah. My definitely exceeded expectations. This year was fantastic.
yeah, I number one, Mike. If you guys don't know Mike from America Coins, can I have somebody throw in his channel and his link? Um, Mike from Mid America Coins did a phenomenal job in trying to pull together people to make sure that they 100 Gary um, to try to make sure that they improved over some of the issues they had last year. The hotel was rough. The staff at the DoubleTree were ignorant. They took stuff out of the rooms uh, that should have been there. Like they took shampoo, conditioner. Um, we had what's her name, Angel, um, said that her bathroom was dirty. They left her a towel and some Windex. So
Oh,
it was like no, and so he's like, we'll never go back. We'll never do that again. And the facility itself had some issues. Hey, Tiger Raid. Thanks,
no.
Tiger. I
Welcome back,
appreciate
Tiger.
you, brother. Thanks so much for the super
You're up.
chat. But he vowed to make it better. And from everybody I talked to, Mike at Mid America Coins just knocked it out of the park. I heard the venue was great. The concessions were good. The only issue was the bathrooms, I guess, was the biggest complaint because there was one and it was so far away. Um,
Yeah, that really wasn't that
but
much of an issue. That
no,
was
but
just
that's like the
something
biggest one that I've heard about. Like,
administrative.
and it was mainly from the ladies, right? There were not enough bathrooms and they were a long ways away. And the bridge wasn't finished. What an inconvenience. They had to walk across the street. Um, but the Mint was there. I mean, which is amazing. CAC was there. Uh,
Yeah, I thought you were talking about this event that the restrooms weren't close enough or something.
yeah, well,
I
that's
got
what
you.
Angel and Paula
Oh,
and
yeah.
Ida, they,
Okay,
you know, all the ladies were saying that it was too far away and there was only one.
I
So
see. I thought maybe it was a joke, because, yeah,
n-
she kept saying it, and it really wasn't that far away, like, it's not a big place, they're not gonna add a second bathroom to that room. I don't see that happening,
it wasn't a
but,
joke. Like that was the biggest complaint that I heard.
right.
Yeah. So I mean,
Well, I
if
should
that's the
say
biggest
they
complaint,
they were
man,
joking back.
yeah. If that's the biggest complaint, that's first world problems, man. Um,
Yeah. No, no, no. I mean, you don't get the US Mint to, number 1, come out for the first time ever to Oklahoma without putting on an event like this, and you certainly don't get them to come back unless you pull it off, and boy, Mike really did.
yeah.
For
So
SD Bullion to be the first show that they ever show up to as well, yeah, NGC, NX, he just knocked it out of the park without a doubt.
yeah, and you can't beat that. And Mike is one of like he's a diehard Texan, right? He's go big, go home. But he's he's sorry, I said Oklahoma, not Texan.
You said
Um,
Texas.
Oklahoma.
Yeah,
Um, but he's diehard, right? He's go big, go home. And
right.
I just heard so many phenomenal things about Tulsa and you know, or not the Great Scott, Mad Stacker walked around on the premiere train and was showing some of the stuff that was there, and it was like, oh my god, there's a lot of vendors, but they
Yeah.
got some really cool stuff.
Yeah, I
Um,
went back and watched that today, Mad Stackers,
yeah, and it's just like I was looking at it going, I don't remember seeing that stuff last year. I mean, there was some cool stuff. The other thing that I
right?
was really happy about was the security. Um, Tons and tons of security this year. I didn't hear of anything getting ripped off from this coin show,
No, I haven't either.
which is
But yeah, you're
phenomenal.
right. There's there was so much more than just coins or numismatics, there was silver, tons of any and every kind, and gold. There was even so I walked up when Resin Dragon first got there, and she was with Angel, and they were over looking at jewelry, some type of jewelry. I was like, only you, at a coin show, and you're looking at jewelry. They were like, yeah.
It's Angel. It's
There's
silver and
everything
gold,
under,
baby.
right?
So how did you guys have a table this year?
No, we did not get a table, but I was there every day. My dad was there. Actually, I think he went at least once every day as well. Uh, yeah, I forgot to mention CAC was also there among the coin graders. Um, but yeah, we had a good old time. Got to hang out with Ida and everyone after the show. Um,
Yeah, I'm sad I didn't get one
yeah,
of those.
yeah. Boy, you can probably talk to one and find one relatively easy. I was a little disappointed, and a few people know that I've voiced my opinion, and you've got to understand I'm Tulsa born and raised, so I was really hoping and actually expecting because I contacted CAC on uh, what's the other social media? Does it start with a P? I'm drawing a blank. I'm so
Pinterest?
nervous. um, but yeah, I contacted on and asked, what are the labels going to say? And they said, yeah, it'll say Tulsa, blah blah blah, Tulsa Coin Show. So I was expecting it to say Tulsa Coin Show, but it says Northeast Oklahoma Show. hopefully that'll change next year. I understand, that that's how the name started, from where Mike had planned on having the show, but
Well, if
I
they
think
listed
it's
that as a label, that's because Mike sent it to him.
right.
So unless they got an old flyer and just took it off the flyer, but I would assume that they would have had to approve the label. Hey, what's up, OC? What's going on? Yeah,
Hey, OC Stack.
it's yeah, but again, I just would like to have had one because again, I they're I like the sample ones just because they're
Mhm.
cool, you know.
Yeah,
You know where they
they
came
are
from.
unique. And so yeah, this was the big thing. I made sure to let everybody know when I got there that hey, CAC has sample slabs. I think I was the first one to let everybody know, and that they weren't readily available. You did have to ask for them. So then immediately everybody went over and made sure they got theirs. And as people came in the show, I said, hey, make sure, because I didn't know how many they had, So anybody I saw that I knew, I said, hey, let's get you over here because they were kind of like against the wall and out of the way. They weren't totally obvious where they were located. Um, so I'd walk them over and, show them where to go and where to ask for it. But I joke that Paula uh, got a little child labor ring going on where she had the kids go over and ask for a slab, and she would give them $10 for them if they sold them to her. So if you're looking for one of these, you might be able to get an extra off of Paula for you know a
OC,
little
that's
more
great, Scott.
than $10.
That's great, Scott. OC.
Hey OC, good to see you.
Is there anybody else that wants to come up? If you want to, it's pinned up at the top. You're more than welcome to come on up. Tiger just gifted 5 additional gift memberships. You can see the little thing blowing up over my head. Thank you so
Nice.
much. As your
A
Speak of the Devil,
Zoomer.
we were talking to him earlier. Doug Harding,
Hey,
Gary
Freshman
Huffman,
Steph.
James Schultz, and Dale M. Well, congratulations for those who just
Nice.
received. It's good to see Gary. Gary was on the panel here earlier, so it's good to see him
Yeah,
getting one of those. Azure was talking about the legal aspects of stuff, and Doug was joining in, so it was very nice to see them get gift memberships today. So congratulations! Please make sure you tell Tiger Stacker, thank you,
very cool of you,
appreciate it.
Tiger Stack. Usually these sample slabs are going to come with, some kind of lower cost, clad coin. So it's very rare that you might see that you get one with silver. And I don't think Annex was there the first day. I'm not sure when they showed up, if it was the second or third. But on the third day, I decided to make my way over there and asked if they had sample slabs. And sure enough, he asked me what year I would prefer. And this is what I got, a
Oh, very cool.
66 silver quarter. So as soon as I went over to the area of live coin Q&A and told them that Annex also has sample slabs and there's silver in it, they ran. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that
really
was
cool.
a nice touch. And the gentleman there stated, I wanted, thought it would be nice to do something a little unique and special. And I guess next time he's going to consider, or he's got a roll of some medallions that he's going to slab up for the next sample slabs.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it was unique and nice.
Yeah, the sample slabs are cool to get because you know where they got them, right? Like you know where they were at. So it's always
Right.
really cool to be able to get those things and see those things.
Well, not always. NGC will have custom labels next year for the show. They just didn't have enough forewarning this year to be able to do them. But yeah, this one doesn't have the location on it, just a generic kind of label. But yeah, oftentimes they do have the custom labels with the location.
Passion says I'm on this channel during summer. Oh, I was like, I'm confused. And then I looked at her channel name and went, oh, I know what she's talking about. Tiger, I just
Yeah,
sent you a text, brother.
she's got a few different ones.
Yeah,
I thought it
like
was cool that they used the Oklahoma quarter, for CAC.
Well,
And
I mean,
really, the Oklahoma quarters
it's
are not the
fitting.
easiest to find. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So I got to show you
So, yeah.
something that I got in, and we're not quite at midnight, so I can't show any of the inappropriate.
After midnight.
That's the exact song that I had running through my mind, by the way. You know what I do want to do is I want to talk with you, channel wise, about getting. I need to do some of those. You know, you click the little button and the movie plays, the little clips.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
have a couple that I want to do. And I can get them to build, but when I run them, they either don't play or they loop. I'm trying to figure out how to
Right.
resolve that. It's driving me insane.
Yep. So I'm going to only show half of this coin until after midnight.
Yeah,
This
so
is one of the ones.
a Type 1 1917 SLQ.
Yes, sir.
And
I
I
got
know it's
my
Type 1 because
shinier,
it's not after midnight.
right? I got my shinier version graded. It's one of the ones that I turned into CAC.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. I'm excited. It's equally as lusterful as this one.
I'm going to try to do this. I'm just hoping that the image is focused. Focused. Oh, I heard a bleep. Oh, look who's here.
We have another tiger.
What's up, brother?
Hey, brother, how are you?
You're coming in very quiet.
Hold on, I don't.
Frosty, in StreamYard, you do have control over their microphone. Just to let you know, you can get in their settings and, take a gander just in case they have it down too low or might not be able to access those controls easily.
Change mics. Let's see if that works.
That's perfect.
Way better. Yeah.
Does the change of mic work?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you're coming across a little hot, so turn your volume down.
Okay. How about I move the mic further away? Does that work?
You're good.
Okay, I just moved the mic across the desk. I'm on the camera mic.
Yeah, that is better.
Yeah, it definitely sounds good. Tiger
Okay.
had Wi-Fi up.
Yeah, can you believe that?
Missed
Oh,
Wi-Fi.
nice. How did you bribe her? I mean, how did you get that to happen?
I just asked her.
Wow.
She came up and it's her first time ever doing a live stream, so she was a little bit um, nervous.
Yeah.
But then we started talking about dogs, and we let people ask her questions. It was great. People were asking her questions in the chat, and who was up on a lot of my live streams just recently will start off with who I plan to have the live stream with, and then they get busy, and then other people come up on deck. So it's been kind of an interesting hodgepodge of everything. Hey, Passion Stacker. She's a pretty good girl. Frosty knows her pretty well by now.
Yeah.
This camera is not wanting to.
You Use an alcohol swab over it. That's what works for me usually.
Dirty. It could be dirty.
What's interesting is on StreamYard, I got the
That didn't
little
work.
with just the avatars, but I don't see Frosty. So I leave it. I have muted YouTube. I see Frosty and the extra camera. So probably Frostbite
That's,
uses
that's me.
technological expertise.
This one is great, Scott.
Hey, great, Scott. Finally get to hear your voice. That's awesome.
You as well. Much respect to a fellow tiger.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You know, as tigers, we gotta stick together.
That's right.
Now all I need is for you to join Rig Nation.
We all need to. I hear you are right there, about to bridge or break through the 4,000 watch hours. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much. I think maybe I have, but it's going to take YouTube computer stuff to finish the calculations.
Right. Always takes a day or two.
Yesterday we broke Frosty's record.
Oh, nice.
We went for 9 hours.
Good. Oh, well, if you went
Yeah.
9 hours, you're well over 4,000.
I should hope so, but
Oh, yeah,
I
not a
did.
question.
Let me tell you, I went to bed exhausted. I woke up, thought, okay, I'll just go get some breakfast at the hotel. I stood up, I'm like, oh no, I'm not. I'm staying in bed.
Yeah. Body says no. Yeah, it's no joke. I was typing in the chat earlier, trying to get it across that streaming is not easy by any means, not only physically, but mentally. And then, especially once you get past, I want to say, like, even 2 hours or 3 at the most, that's when it starts to really wear in. You're sitting in the same chair, you're not stretching, you haven't eaten anything. It
Yeah.
dehydrates you, it wears out your throat. You really do need to get like a little snack in just for the sugars.
Hey,
'Cause you're
thanks,
just
Azure. I appreciate you, bud. I really do appreciate that. Have a good night. And hi, Gremlin.
good night. Hey, what's up, Gizmo?
So, can you see this coin?
I can
We
see
don't hang on
YouTube
here.
on StreamYard.
Okay, so you won't see it on the StreamYard side. You have to look at the YouTube side. This is
Oh,
that's the
I've
Calico
been watching.
Jack.
That's nice.
And cool as hell. I love this.
Well, of course, it has the sailor stuff going on.
Hell yeah. Try to see if I can bring it up, see if it'll focus a little bit more. But anyway, that's a recent acquisition. And so I'm going to put that there just because it's irony. And it is midnight, so I got another one, but I won't show it.
I got a question for you about pirates and all that.
R.
Okay.
Or is that I?
Have you seen the proposed or the upcoming new Popeye movie?
Oh, the one with Dwayne the Rock Johnson?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but that just doesn't fly.
No, why would you have Brutus as the main character?
Exactly. I mean, you need a skinny upper arms, big, bulging forearms, the slurring speech, and the. I'm sorry, just doesn't work.
No. Yeah, you know what though? For any kid who's never seen the original Popeye, they don't have anything to compare it to.
I'll give you that.
But I'll tell you, Robin Williams will forever be the perfect Popeye.
Yeah, he had
Thanks,
amazing acting.
Gremlin. Yeah, member for 3 months. Thank you so much. Um, yeah, I don't understand the casting of The Rock. Uh, there are other people. I mean, you know who would be funnier? Cumberbatch. It'd be so much fun to him to put on big forearms.
Are we talking about the British actor?
It'd be so much. So much more fun to have him do it. Because have you ever seen him as comedic relief? Like he's funny as hell
We're talking about
for Popeye.
Doctor.
Yeah, I could understand like a weird casting like that, but Dwayne the Rock Johnson, I just don't, you know, God, cast Will Ferrell before you cast The Rock.
Okay, I can see that.
You know,
Right.
I just don't do it. Ah, Gremlin, thank you for the membership. David G. Can I recall? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for the gifted membership, my friend. I appreciate the support. Yeah, I just don't understand that. Have you seen that, Great Scott?
I did see the preview, I believe. But
Oh,
yeah,
it's painful.
I feel the same way as you. You know, Robin Williams will always be in my mind for that role.
It's just
Hey,
he.
Brown Sugar.
Now the movie Popeye itself is you need to have good humor, good food, and good drink, or something for a safety break, to really appreciate and enjoy it. Because it's not just your normal Sunday watching thing.
Right.
But again, it's just, hey, brown sugar, good to see you. But yeah, Dwayne, it just doesn't fit. I can think of so many other actors, even serious, like dramatic actors that would do so much better than this. But I'll have to see. I didn't really think he was going to do good in the River movie. Actually turned out pretty good. But I just don't see it. Not that one.
No.
No, you're right. He would fit as Bluto, but not Popeye.
No, he would make a great Bluto character, and you'd have to take somebody like the kid who played Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Right, little scrawny, whatever. Put some big old forearms on him. Right, put him in a little sailor hat. Now you got a good pairing. Hold true to the original. I mean, who are you going to get for Bluto? You're going to get the what's the mountain?
Really?
I mean, who are you going to get for Bluto? It's just like, it just doesn't make sense. Now, if it was The Rock and the mountain was Bluto, I think that would be funny as hell. Just because you have two moderately decent human beings that only one fares semi okay as an actor. I just don't see it. It's just like, oh, yeah, you're killing me, Smalls.
Oh, that's a scream.
But it is what it is. So what else have you picked up? Great Scott, what other goodies do you have?
Oh, I don't think I picked up anything from the show. Let's see, I did get something really cool in the mail that I picked up at the Wounded Warrior Project benefit auction. I got to remember I'm looking at a delay there on the screen now. But this was at Ashley's.
Nice.
It was donated
Oh, that,
by the pizza guy.
Oh, Homestead. That's
Cool
hilarious.
alien. Haley bug.
You know how funny it would be to get an AI generated Popeye and have Uncle Sal do his
Oh,
life?
yeah.
oh, that would be great.
He would crush you. That'd be so funny.
Yeah.
That Homestead, that's awesome. That is we're gonna have to submit that to him. He's gonna have to have somebody animate let's explore. We're gonna have somebody experiment with that. We're gonna have to find somebody who's good with some AI stuff and send the clip to him with him doing Popeye. Uh-huh.
That'd be a scream.
I'm strong to the finish because I do my push-up.
Put him in that fight scene where he's going after the octopus. Just
That's
Where Bluto swims away yellow.
right.
You know what's funny about that? I don't know how many people miss that. Like, I really don't know how many people missed the call to cowardism by him swimming away in a yellow swimsuit. Like, I really, it makes you wonder how many people caught that.
I was a child, I wouldn't have known it.
I was the same way. I always notice little details a lot of people don't pick up on.
Well, I watched it with my granddad. And my granddad, man, we would watch Roadrunner, Coyote, and I would watch my granddad. I wouldn't watch the cartoons because he had this laugh that would just set you off. I introduced him to Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And when they
Awesome.
came in with the coconuts, I thought he was going to die, right? Or
Bye,
strange.
Ashley. Take care. Have fun with the little gremlins, Ashley.
Oh, you're okay. Take care. We'll talk to you later. I got to send you, this is going to sound wrong, but I got to send her some dirty pictures. I tell her I'm going to send her dirty pictures. I always send her pictures of trucks covered in mud. And she likes her trucks. So, yeah, but yeah, too much fun. So, Tiger, what have you picked up? I know you've been away from home for a little while. Have you been picking up anything good?
Yeah, a little bit here and there. I haven't bought a whole lot because of the amount of work and sleep I've been having. But I was on Long Live Coins auction, and I can get some decent deals there. He had, granted, prices of coins now are more expensive, but he had some buffaloes for $32 a piece. He had 6 of them. I snagged those because I'm going to put them in the furnace. And also, I went ahead and got, he had 3 10-ounce bars. And I like them. I like them. I don't like them that much, but I like them.
So do you say you picked up 2 10-ounce bars?
3.
You picked up 2 10-ounce bars?
Oh, here we go again. Finish the punchline.
Larry's like, oh crap, it's after 1 o'clock. Gotta go to bed. All right, Larry, have a good one. No, this is just something I always do with Tiger. So he's like, I've got 4 blood bars. I'm like, you have 3 blood bars?
Now you do.
Yeah. One of them happened to fall into that package that looked a little something like this.
So I got those 10-ounce bars, and I bought okay, this is a great first line defense so that I can, I don't have to sell the tiger related bars and rounds and all that. That'd be my first line to go if I had ever had to sell them to get anything and stuff that I don't care that much about. So there you go. Yeah, I got one of those. That's awesome. I love that one.
Yeah.
That's a nice bar.
It's a wonderful bar.
I did pick up my 2-ounce St. Michael. Got that from Pistol Packing Pilot.
Nice.
Are you
Neil?
talking about the sword?
Yep, and then I got that in from the ship in from Meg. Ah,
Oh, the ship's upside down.
dang it, my camera's not. There we go. This is being temperamental. My camera's not. Oh, my
It looks good.
cable broke.
Oh.
Oops, I need to get a
Neil,
new
why do
cable.
you think platinum's going to skyrocket soon?
You know, it changed, right? So for a while, platinum was high and palladium was down, and then it flopped. You think it's going to flop again, or do you think there's something specific that's going to make platinum sky?
Well, platinum's already made its jump. It hasn't really fallen down. Matter of fact, it seems like it didn't even come back down as much as silver did. But it had been poised, to come up. It had been pretty low. I had thought about buying some, and then when it skyrocketed, kind of did like everybody's doing now with silver, like, it might come back down. I'm not going to get it right now.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, platinum's still sitting only at 973. It's still down from its 1090 back in
Do you-
the end of May. So
Are you going to buy any platinum?
no,
Okay.
no, I'm sticking with silver and gold.
I
Primarily
only have.
silver. I am buying a piece of gold this weekend though.
Oh, awesome. What you getting?
10th ounce um Britannia, it's the other one. Germania. 10th ounce
Okay.
Germania.
Hmm.
Because I have to buy them in small ones. I can't buy ounces. I don't roll like Tiger. Yeah, there's a lot of changes. I'm looking at the prices now. Um, I'm still waiting for silver to bounce off that floor and jump back up again.
Yeah, I'd say within the next month, we're going to get another spring, probably up to 35.
Yeah, if you look at the chart, I mean, we're sitting at a floor right around 2850, somewhere in that area. I
Mhm.
think we're going to hover between 29 and 30 for a little while. I think we're going to drop. We're going to hit that floor. We're going to bounce, and we're going to go up. It depends on what we do if we hit that 32 mark. If we hit that 32 mark again and it drops dramatically, we got an inverse head and shoulders. And if we get an inverse head and shoulders, I think it's going to shoot up. And if that happens, then that's going to be September, October time. I think we got a ways before that happens. But that's just me, and that's just speculation. So don't
Yeah, personal opinions.
spend a
None of
whole
us are
bunch of money on it.
professionals.
I'm just looking at general charts. And
Mhm.
again, a lot of these things are tied to many more items than just charts. You got to understand. But Precious metals are fickle anyway. So sometimes they're very
Well, it
volatile.
typically is. You know, they always say precious metals are a hedge, they're not an investment, but right now they are not moving like steady growing hedges. They are and can be played like investments with these kind of moves. You know, 20% bumps, that's no joke. It's not your typical movement of metals. Got
That's
this recently. Hold on just a second. I got to switch to StreamYard so I see the live version so I know when I'm where I need to be and focused.
Go backwards a little. Nope. Nope. It's just not wanting to. Yeah. Keep going. Nope.
Put your other finger next to it. See if that helps. Your other hand.
Oh, I can see the camera, so you don't need to tell me. It's about fully blocking the background.
Yeah, it's just not. It doesn't seem like it's adjusting at all. Do you have your focal point set at the background? Is it off autofocus?
Yeah, I should check the settings. Hold on.
Because it doesn't look like it's trying at all. Sometimes it'll at least try, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything right now.
I'll tell you something else that I got, Frosty, just recently.
Yep.
I was talking
Autofocus.
about Nikolai Tesla, so I went over to AppMex, which is the only people I know that sell Tesla rounds from Serbia or Tesla coins from Serbia. They came out with a new one, and so I bought myself a tube plus one for to put in the capsule. There it is.
There you go. Oh, that's nice. It's a freaking elephant.
It's a couple of elephants.
No, it's a
Got the
freaking
little baby
elephant.
now.
See it? A freaking elephant.
African. And 3 freaking birds.
Ah, too much fun. So you bought a tube of Tesla coins?
Plus one, because when they go in the tubes, I never take them out. But I want to look at it, so I buy one and put it in a capsule so I can enjoy it.
One day you'll get it when I say that, but that's okay.
What? Say that again.
I said, so you bought a tube of coins?
Yeah, but I don't get the joke.
Well, where's the plus one going?
Oh, crap.
Duh. I do this all the time, dude.
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking of individuals. I was thinking about the tube and one in the capsule.
So what's the new Tesla coin? What does it look like?
I'll show you. Hold on. Let me set it up.
Oh, is it the one with them, like the office in the background?
Nope. You'll see. Let me find my cursor. I always lose my cursor.
Ooh, very nice. Which year is that?
This one is 2024.
I was talking to Great Scott. He just flashed
Oh.
gold.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love pre-33. I absolutely love pre-33.
1912. Very cool. Yep. It's one of my favorite gold pieces too. My all-time favorite is the $3 gold princess, but
I think I got one.
that's a nice coin.
This one talks about his death ray. Then you have the Tesla coils, anti-gravity, remote control, ozone, alternating current, X-rays, just all sorts of them. I have a tube plus one of every single year that they came out, which I think started in 2018. So
Cool.
I know they're a little more pricey. Actually, they were $10 less in 2018. But I know they're a little more pricey, but I'm nuts about Tesla.
Well, we call that a rail gun nowadays, don't we?
You mean the ray gun?
Yeah, the ray gun. The car is still dead, Lisa. It is sitting out front. I got the battery charged up enough to get the windows rolled up. But when I looked inside my son's car, I told him that he could fix it himself. So he can get his shit together and get his room and his car cleaned up, or else I'm not covering for the repair. So he's got a choice to make. So when he's finished doing what he needs to do to get it rectified, then I'll help him with the car. So priorities first. And him driving a car around isn't my priority. Me having a clean
So-
house is.
So are you trying to tell me that when you looked at that battery, you did use the salt?
I didn't look at his battery. I looked inside his car and didn't even touch the battery.
Yeah, but what about the salt that you was going to use?
Oh, yeah. I had to put that away because it could have turned into that. So, yeah, it was horrid. It looked like he had the car in his yard. He's had the car about 2 months. Looked like he had the car in his yard and was used as a trash receptacle for about 6 months. It was
Oh,
horrible.
no.
And I'm like, nope, I'm not helping you pay for that. So I'll fix the car when you get it clean, but I'm not doing it. You're going to detail it, make it look good. I'm not paying for you to live like a slob. So again, they have choices. They have decisions they make. Their choices have repercussions. And if he wants to drive a car, he can keep it clean, especially if I'm fitting the bill for it.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, but it wasn't just dirty, it was dangerous. It was so dirty, it was dangerous. So
I
Yeah.
can believe that.
horrible.
My
Horrible.
son did the same thing years ago on a car that I let him use that was a secondhand car. And I was so disgusted when I saw what he brought back after he went to his 1 year in college. I was like, who in the world are you? Well, what did you do with my son?
Yeah, this is a car, folks, not a bathroom, right? I mean, it shouldn't like somebody used it for that purpose. It shouldn't smell like somebody used it for that purpose. It was nasty. So anyway, the car is still sitting in the front yard, actually the driveway, immobile.
I love those.
Oh, that's beauty. That is
I did
beauty. MLZB, Tres Amigos raid. Now we
What's
got
up,
some
MLZ?
trouble. What's going on, MLZB? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. What's up, Jenny, sweetheart? Thank you all for popping in. Appreciate it. We're just showing off some goodies, having a little chit chat, not doing anything too important. Not saying that Great Scott's Gold isn't important, but you know, it is the first day of issue.
I probably missed a lot of the selective service bill information. I'll probably have to rewatch that later.
The conversation was pretty good, if I don't say so myself. Basically, so I'll give you a quick summary of it. So for anybody who's coming in late that wants to catch that, if you want to, basically it goes like this. The selective service bill is not an automatic draft. The draft is not being enacted. It's basically setting it up to where men 18 to 25 will automatically get put in so they don't actually have to fill out selective service. The primary premise is so that they can basically update their database. They've got some issues with it, so they want to work through that. So there's some, again, secondary, tertiary issues. Some of the things that are there, the selective service for women is proposed. It's not part of the bill. It has been proposed by the Senate Arms Committee for the last 3 or 4 years. It has not passed every time they put it in. So it's nothing new. This is something that's happened a number of times. The felony charged for not doing this is nothing new. It's been enacted since 1917, 1940. It updated in 80. they retracted the punishment for that. They reenacted the punishment in 23 or in 2003 when they rewrote it, but they really didn't instigate the stipulation of the felony charge. They're talking about doing that. That's a potential, again, proposed, but it was already part of the law, so it's nothing new. Some people were saying that it's unconstitutional. It is constitutional. It goes in line with the 13th Amendment, which is the forbidden inservant,
Indentured servant.
indentured servitude. Thank you. So you can't involuntarily be required to report somewhere. So again, selective service isn't DOD, so it's not part of the military. Being selected for the selected service or being registered for it doesn't automatically enter you into the military. There are some requirements, but even though you have something that disqualifies you from selective service, doesn't mean that you have to not do your selective service. You still have to do it. And then the final piece of that was that if you choose not to, there's a $250,000 fine. And if somebody tells you, hey, you don't have to do that, let me teach you how to get out of it, they're as guilty as you are. And so there is a clause that if you teach or try to sway somebody not to do it and you get caught for it, then you're going to be in trouble as well. So that's basically the premise, the Frosty 60-second version. But there's a lot more detail, a lot more fact. We talk about the bills, we talk about the laws. So if you're interested in it, go ahead and go back and watch that. It took about an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes. And, but I think the conversation was good. So, but you guys have to be the determinant factor in that. Like, subscribe, do all that other happy stuff, and let me know if you guys like that. And if you do, or you have a topic that you guys want to do, then let me know. Because if you guys have something you're really interested in and you want me to do it, I got a couple from Check Stacker that I'm going to be looking into that's quite interesting. So I'm going to be doing some research on that, probably be doing something on that here coming up pretty soon. So again, if you suggest something, let me know. We'll discuss it. And if it is something of interest, I think multiple people will want to see it, then I'll consider it for a video. So this was something that I definitely thought was important, being that I have 3 kids at about that age. So it's definitely close to home. So anyway, that's why I did it. So great, Scott,
does that mean I have to hurry up and sign up for selective service?
Oh, dude, you can only do it until you're 25. 26th birthday, it's too late.
You forgot I was in the Army.
I know you were in the Army. No, but what I'm saying is, if somebody's thinking that, the other point to that is that there's a lot of things if you don't sign up that you're not eligible for. So the act helps people who are just unaware that works. Hi, buddy. I'm not sure who that's to, but what's going on? Who am I missing? Am I missing somebody? Jenny, sweetheart. Let's see. Nope, I think I'm good. Cash Money in here. I didn't see Cash Money. Is Cash Money in here?
He's usually lagging behind a second. I'm sure he'll be here any second.
But anyway, yeah, so I think that was a good stream. So if you're interested in that topic, go back and watch it. Again, it's about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 30 minutes, maybe. So, well, great, Scott, you were there for the whole thing. How do you think it went?
Yes, no, it was excellent content. I definitely recommend going back, checking it out. Very informative.
So, well, cool. Well, do you guys have anything to discuss? Because if not, we're looking at 12:30. I'm going to wrap things up. I don't have really anything on the topic. Do you guys have anything you guys want to do? Cash Money was here. Yeah, I just missed him. Again, looking at stuff, trying to take care of other things.
Hey, Great Scott, I got a small question.
Sure.
Who did that Silver Pour of the Tiger? That's really, really good.
So which one are you talking about on the spinning wheel?
Oh, I didn't know there was one up there. I was looking at the one.
There's one right. right now that's about the same as the gold one on the bottom. Then there's the big-headed tiger that just got done showing. This one right here was a gift from Silver Bowl 30, and it's just like brass or something. It's more of a gold tone. The one in the background there is 4.9's fine, and then the big tiger head right there, that was a gift from See Happy Chappy and poured by Herman Ortiz.
I,
That's good.
I know where you got that elephant from.
Yes, you do. Straight from your hands. I do have a surprise for you. Actually, to be truthful, it's not my surprise, but it is Supreme Ginger's surprise. And this is coming to you.
Oh, very cool.
1893 Columbian Exposition.
That looks
First
like
com-
it's going to. It might be in better condition than the one that I have in my typeset book. So that one
there
might end
is
up in
some
my typeset
nice
book.
luster on it. He saw that ship and he said Frosty. And when he won it, he said, "Send that to Frosty." I said, "He's going to love it. Not only does it have a ship, it's numismatic, significant coin. The very
Yeah,
first
that's awesome.
commemorative."
Ginger's him and I have traded a bunch of coins over a little while, and so anytime he always pays attention to ships, and so anytime he sees one, he's always like, "Frosty, do you have this coin?" And I'm like, let me check." And he'll text me back like a couple hours later. "Have you looked?" Like, "I'm not even home yet. I'll call you when I get home." Okay. A couple hours later. "Hey, I haven't heard back from you yet." It's like, I know, dude. What did you find? He's like, "Well, just look and tell me if you have this one." It's like, so I'll look at my coins and I'll go, "No, I don't have it." He's like, "Okay, cool." And I'm like, "You want me to buy it? What do you want me to do?" He's like, "I'm just gonna send it to you." So yeah, Ginger's a stud. He takes good care of me when it comes to chip coins, and I try to
He's a
help him out
class-
when it comes to Germanius because he likes his Germanius.
Yep.
Ooh, that's
No,
cool.
he's a class act for sure.
King George.
Oh no, this is the Isabella quarter.
Oh, that's Isabella.
Yep, same year, same same Chicago expedition.
Oh yeah, I would have noticed it if it was I seen the back. I look like George from my end, but I'm
Right?
looking at it from a very small window. So
Oh yeah, that's right.
well, very cool. You have any goodies to show, Tiger?
Um, only a couple things. It was from Hi Ho Silver from his coins that he did with Intactly Mint.
Hey, I didn't get to watch that stream. How did that go with him?
With Hi Ho?
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a stream. That was actually an interview video, and I did something. I don't know how I did it. I did the video on StreamYard. I uploaded it to my computer, and then I tried to upload it to YouTube. You know what's coming because you teased me about it. So it came across as draft. I never seen a draft before. So I was like, okay. So I tried to get it to go, wouldn't let me edit. So I went back to the computer where it was and uploaded it again. And it takes a while to upload. So I went and took a nap. Turned out the nap was a very long nap. And then I woke up to comments on my phone about the upload. Somehow it released itself. Like, holy crap, it's not edited. So I ran over to the computer, put it into private, and I started editing it until I fell asleep. So, and then you're commenting me about me being the computer genius. So, you know.
Hey Joyce, welcome in. How you doing? No, I was trying to be funny because you had mentioned it last night, and it was funny to go, yeah. How did that happen? Oh,
Well, it's back room. I've edited most of it on a first time pass. I'm hoping I don't have to edit any more on a second pass. And that way I can just tell my brother, because he's behind on 3 videos. I don't know why. Is it him? Is it the war? Whatever. I'm just like, just give me a dumb thumbnail so I can have a video to go out. Um, so just that. I want a regular video going out. It's been a while.
have you been talking to him? Have you heard from him recently?
Yes, yesterday when I was doing the 9-hour live stream, Stacking Surfer sent me some really interesting uh, pictures, and uh, basically, I'll show it to you. Then my brother-in-law starts sending me because I sent it to him as an idea of something to do, and then he just went ape. So he spent hours and hours making new stuff with Tiger this and Tiger that, and Nick's coin this and Nick's coin that. I'm like, you haven't finished one of my videos and you're wasting hours playing. That that was making me angry. It's like, but I let it go. He's in a war zone. I just let it go because it wasn't worth my time or effort. If you catch what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but you have to understand that he's only got it in for Tiger Surfer. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's the thumbnail. It's got things written on it. That's Stacking Surfer's thing, and he was playing with his AI to make things, and he didn't like what he was saying, so I wanted my brother-in-law to work on it. But this is something Surfer pulled up,
Nice.
and this one because I had it live last night with Long Live Coins, with his avatar is the bee. He wanted the bee to be stinging Tiger, but it didn't quite work out that way. And this one's, I don't know, some sort of patriot guy that Nick really likes, and she hates that picture. Then, he tried again, and then you got a baby tiger with bee wings on the back,
Right.
and then different coins that I don't know how he made, but evidently the AI is not really foolproof. And the tiger is trying to attack the bee from a surfboard. And then the football player on the back of the tiger. Then they're surfing together.
Yeah, but that's so much more fun than editing.
Well, I'll kind of give that to you, but
Oh,
it's.
speak of trouble. Look who just came in.
Oh, you should have seen her last night and today. She was giving OC Stacker loads of attitude. She
Hi,
threatened to
Nick.
fight many times. Hey, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Nick, you missed it. You could have been up on stage with Wifey at the same time.
I was like, oh Lord, look who the cat drug in. I hope you're doing well, Nick. I haven't talked to you for a long time. Oh, it's good to be back. I enjoyed Europe a lot, but man, it's coming back and catching stuff up and catching up from 3 weeks worth of work and then jet lag and then getting sick. It was rough getting back into things.
I can't believe that.
So
Yeah, I can believe that.
yeah, but man, it was so much fun overseas. Had a lot of fun. I need to go back and spend some time there. Except I told my wife if I go back again, I'm doing some coin stuff. We did yours. We did not like I didn't touch coins unless I was paying for something. And I snuck in a couple good ones, but she doesn't know that. But like, I'm not buying any silver. I'm definitely not buying any silver in the UK. But I didn't buy any silver, no gold, no nothing like that, because it was, it's just the trip. But if we go back, I told her, it's like, no, 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 no. We'll be hitting a couple coin shops. We'll be doing some interviews, talking to people. Where was my favorite place? Oh man, if I had to classify, so we went to London, then went to Dover, Calais, went down to Bourgogne, France, over to Paris, down through, or over to Switzerland. And then, no, hold on. We went to France, over to Switzerland, down to Paris. And then we went to Pisa, Florence, Rome, Maltinato, Maltino Alto, Venice, and then went to Brunn, Germany, went to Munich, went to Brugge, Belgium, Amsterdam. Yeah, like, it was amazing. Netherlands were
How do you
amazing.
pick a favorite?
Yeah, well, I mean, there were so many cool
Impossible to
things.
pick a favorite.
So if I really had to take my top 3 countries, Switzerland, without a doubt, number 1, without a doubt. It's clean. They expect you to be where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be. As a person who is like, if you're not 10 minutes early, you're late. Being on time, knowing what you're doing, taking care of your stuff, being respectful of others, being quiet, not loud and obnoxious and noisy, understanding the rules. You'll love Switzerland. It's amazing. If you're one of those that goes against the flow and likes to just do whatever, and you like to have fun and be ruckus, you're not gonna have a great time in Switzerland.
So neutral of you.
It's will, but the thing is that they're very strict, but it's gorgeous. Everything is so clean. The tap water is amazing. Like, I've had tap water in Switzerland was better than the bottled water I've had anywhere in the world. It was amazing. And you got the glacier that fills the lake up. The lake, you can drink from the lake if you want to. It's amazing. Um,
I bet it runs like a fine built clock.
yeah, um, but yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Now, if you go to my next favorite, it's got to be Italy. Now, Italy, in precedence of locations, is Venice, Rome. I loved Venice. Like, I was a kid in a candy store in Venice. I loved Venice. Amazing, the history, to walk around, to run around and find the pier where they filmed League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. To stand in the square and go, this is where they were having the party. So he was standing here, and then this is where they filmed the vampires at the tops of the buildings, and this is the building that was the one that they stopped, and you actually go find it, and it's there. You can see it. You take the show and you look at it. Oop, hold on. I got somebody popped in. Who popped in? Gary's
We have
back.
another. Welcome back, Gary.
Hey, I just popped in because I wanted to show Frosty this coin. He was talking about ship coins, and I had to bring this one up to show him because I put something in the comments. Do you see that is the Mayflower, if you can see it?
Yep.
Ooh la la.
That
Wow.
is, it says, put on the whole armor of God, Mayflower. And then on the other side, it says, adherence to tyrants is something liberty. I don't know. I forgot what it says, but that is the Mayflower itself. And I
That's
put in the
awesome.
comments, I am not giving you this coin.
No, you're going to sell it to me though, right?
I don't sell gold.
No, I know. I'm just giving you crap.
All
No, I
right.
saw your
That's all-
comment. I saw your comment.
That's all I wanted to do was show you.
That's a beautiful one. Thank you.
Yeah.
See
Okay.
you, man.
Hold on just a sec. Let me grab
Oh,
you some
okay.
lemon. I know you just laid the salt in the wound.
Twist,
That's
twist
a
the
beautiful
knife
piece, man.
slowly.
I am a ship fan. I love my ships, and Tiger has graced me with a beautiful gold ship coin, which was I it almost brought me to tears when he told me he was sending it to me. So
Oh
yeah,
wow.
I
It's the only time
I love my ships. I do love my ships.
it's the only time I've ever seen him not be able to speak.
Right.
It totally floored me. Uh, so the issue with that isn't that I don't know how to accept a gift. I can accept gifts, not a problem. Um, but I do things for people because I want to. Genuinely enjoy teaching. I genuinely had enjoyed being able to assist and do things, and it was just like, and we were, God, I can't even remember what channel we were on, and we were watching it, and he goes, "Hey, come look at this," and he pulled it up, and we were we weren't streaming, we were doing a private stream yard. And so we were talking about some technology stuff and we were going through and he was looking at some stuff and I was like, oh man, you got to turn that off. I can't look at that coin. I can't afford it. I don't want to see it. Just, I'm not in a place to buy it. Just close the window. Okay. And,
Right.
he goes, okay. And then I hear in chat, oh my God, Tiger just bought that for Frosty.
Whoa.
And I was like,
No way.
and I was like, Tiger. He's like, just wanted to say thank you. And I was like, I'm gonna get choked up over it. I'm like, dude, I don't
That,
do this for stuff. He's like, no, but I just appreciate you. I was just like, it
Maybe
like floored the hell out of me. I was like, oh my God. Yeah.
I bet.
Ben here just had you on ignore.
well,
Oh,
you
what's
gotta
going on?
keep in mind, and I'll try to make this brief, but basically, long story made short, is that Frosty was like he reminds me of my dad. My dad did stuff for people. He never expected anything in return. He never asked for anything in return.
Yeah.
But it developed maybe it was just the sign of the times, but you know, a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people, you helped them out with whatever car, house, whatever. They helped you with your stuff, and it's just no one expected payment.
Right.
Um, in my life, I've seen more people be the opposite, and it's been a serious letdown, including when I had my son, his then grandparents. I had to pay them to watch their own grandchild when my grandmother watched us for free because it was her grandchildren. But
Right.
so, I've been very disappointed with a lot of people because they weren't like my dad my entire life. So here comes along this guy who is helping me with tech and has told me not to give him anything because he wants to do it out of the kindness of his heart. And I'm starting to have flashbacks from my dad. And I'm like, oh my goodness, he's made out of the same stuff that my dad's made out of. Well, I can't help him very much with his tech because my tech abilities are kind of laughable. And and then it's like, but I remember my dad had a friend, Phil, who was an attorney. Phil and his sister and my dad went to high school together, and Phil would do things for the family as a thank you for my dad helping him with whatever. There was never an arrangement, never a price tag. And my mom and my dad were like, you didn't have to do this. I said, no, I didn't have to, but you didn't have to help me out either. So I then turned around and started becoming Phil when, you know, Frosty was my dad, if that makes any sense.
Well, and
So I don't.
yeah, it's just one of those things where, Great Scott's very much the same way. Great Scott will help you set stuff up. I mean, when I was first getting set up, and being a technician and having to ask for help setting stuff up is mildly frustrating because you're like, I should know how to do this. Like it just, this is not intuitive. And it's like, he's like, okay, well, come down and let's click on this and hold on just a minute. I can't help you if you're going to go on too far. So he did with me what I do with you. And so, it's just one of those things where you beget kindness with kindness, right? And so I joke with him about what that, see the little elephant that's up there in the back, little rotating thing? He
Yeah.
picked me up from Tulsa. I called him and I said, hey, hey, where's the hotel? How do I get there? He's like, you're at the airport? He's like, yeah. He's like, well, give me a few minutes. I'll come pick you up. And it's like, are you kidding me? He's like, no, I don't live very far away. I can be there 15 minutes. Go get your bag, meet me out front. I'll see you in a minute. And he just picked me up from the airport. Didn't ask anything of it. Didn't say anything. Handed me a Mountain Dew. He says, you're probably thirsty. We sat down, got in his car, drove to the thing, walked around, visited with some people that were in the lobby. He's like, if you need anything, have a good one. We'll see you later. And
It was
that,
actually a little more complicated than that. I actually went to the airport to pick him up the day before because I was misunderstood on the times. I thought he was literally like coming in as I was finding out about it. So I just rushed to the airport. I get to the airport and I'm like, where are you? And he's like, I'll be there tomorrow. I was like, oh,
but my whole premise of this is kindness begets kindness. And so, it's one of those things where, I live by the golden rule. Somebody does something nice for you, you return it. Now, it may be returned to somebody else and it may be paid forward, right? But if somebody has taught me, and Great Scott taught me how to set up my OBS, right? He's taught me the Streamlabs. He's like, well, here's your out. Yeah, helped me get all that stuff together, right? So what do I do now? I pay his generosity with me forward by teaching other people how to do the same thing. Well, where did I get that
awesome.
information from? I get that from Great Scott because Great Scott's the one who helped me. Now, when we were there, we were talking with Coin Crew, and Coin Crew had these. He's like, I don't think I'm going to open these here. And I was like, no, I want to buy one of these. He collects elephants. I want to give him one. Yep, that coin right there. And Coin Crew said, well, why? And I said, hey, he picked me up from the airport. He didn't have to do that. He brought me to the hotel. He didn't have to do that. He's helped me set stuff up. He's got me set. I want to make sure he gets one of these. And so he's like, fine. And he actually opened up the entire roll right in front of us. And I picked it up and I handed it to him, did like you would do with a challenge coin. And I was like, I appreciate you. And so that's the piece. And he was like, oh my God. But again, it's kindness begets kindness. Now, if Tiger would have given me, and he's done this before, if Tiger would have given me a silver 1 ounce coin, I'd have been like, dude, you rock, man. Thank you so much. No, he bought me a $300 freaking gold coin. It was like, holy shit. Right? Like, I don't deserve this. Like, I didn't know how to accept that because it was kind of way outside of my scope. It wasn't something that I had anticipated. Now he's done other stuff, and Tiger, I've sent him stuff. He sent me stuff. I've helped him. He's helped me. He's helped me as a physician, talking to me about things and working through things. That's what friends do. Tiger and I are friends. We're like brothers from different mothers, right? But that's what kindness and generosity happens. So when you're kind to people, just in general, good things happen. You build relationships. This coin community has been amazing.
Yeah.
I look at the people that I have met, and when I meet them, it's like, you are not what I expected. Like, I wouldn't have seen that. And then I run into somebody like Chief Stacker, and I walk into Chief, and I walk in the room, and I was like, hey, Chief, what's up? And he's like, hey, how are you? I said, good. Like Frosty. He's like, hey, Frosty. He's like, how'd you know who I was? I'm like, military man, Chief. I mean, you carry yourself in a certain way. I just knew you. There are certain people that are like that, but this community is amazing. It's full of great, good, kind-hearted people. And Tiger and I have a really good, solid friendship. Um, but sometimes, uh, friends, family, strangers will beget you a gift that just takes your breath away. And
Mm.
that gold coin, I really I was having a hard time because it was the kindness, the generosity. That level was on just a whole nother level. So it was really cool. One of the coolest gifts I've got.
Yeah, that would floor anybody, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, you want to know what floored Mad Stacker? So
What's that?
Tiger and I were joking. Now this came from a joke. And I told Tiger, I said, "Hey, you know what you need to do? You need to get into this race." He's like, "I don't do them." And I'm like, "I know you need to do it, but you're going to win. It's a big race." I said, "I'll put in you one, you put in one." And he's like, "Ah, okay, whatever." So he put in two. So I put in two. And he's like, he sent me the money. I sent it over to Mad. And he won. He doesn't ever get into it. He just doesn't do them. And he won.
Mhm.
And he won a 5
Awesome.
ounce Libertad.
Oh, cool.
You know what he
Yeah.
did? He said, "Send it to Frosty."
Oh, wow.
And Mad was like, wait, what?
Really?
I was like, what? Now, I've in turn sent him a really, really cool snake piece for his wife. That was a really nice coin. Did you ever get that, by the way?
If it's not been recent, yes, I did, and I gave it to her. If you're
Okay.
talking about something recent,
The
I
one
haven't
that
been
came from
home.
Steve.
Yes, no, that Steve said that you got something to send it, but I haven't been home. But if that was a recent thing over the
Okay.
last few weeks, no,
So
I haven't gotten it.
he hasn't even seen it yet. But I had been banking with Steve for a while, and it's just one of those things um, that you just do. You just do kind stuff for people who do good stuff for you. So, but that's going to his wife because she likes snakes. But it is it's a 2 ounce. Is it a cobra? Anyway, it's an extremely nice and high relief for anyway, beautiful stuff. But Tiger and I do this stuff back and forth. But their whole reason is you said ginger stacker, right, with the other coin. And again, there's
Yeah.
just so many really neat people from that. Nick's coins. Oh my frostbite, I have great news. Have you heard it? No. The Celtics won their 18th championship last. Kick Dallas to the curb. Oh, well, here's the thing. I'm not a basketball fan, so it really doesn't matter to me. But congratulations that the Celtics won. That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah, basketball to
Yep.
me is like going to the dentist without Novocaine while you just had a hernia operation after your lipectomy. So, basketball's painful to me. I can't watch it. I can watch it in purpose, but or in person, but you can have the sport. I would rather watch rugby or soccer or golf, right? Curling maybe.
No. I quit watching basketball when I quit playing it. I love basketball.
Oh, I'm just Nick. I'm giving you a little bit of grief about how much I don't like it. I'm just not a fan of the sport. Um, I'll watch it, but I watch my basketball season consists of about 5 games. Playoff 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's about all I watch, if I even watch that much. But yeah, I didn't watch any basketball this season. I watched very little baseball, but I did watch curling in the Olympics. So
Yeah, we get close to the people in this community more than you might expect to if you're new to it. But you really start to learn and feel the heart and soul of people. It's not just typed words on a screen. you really get a feel for, like I said, their heart and soul. Especially when we lose them, it really hurts. I know we've talked about John Howe a lot recently, and also just very recently we've lost Sir Gold, another great person.
Yeah, I just
Um,
heard that yesterday.
yeah, that was unexpected.
What
Um,
happened? I didn't get any of the details.
I believe it was an early morning stroke was partially involved. I think, but yeah, it was
No,
unexpected
that's no
for
good.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a heavy loss to the community.
yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that I mean, we're all, and I mean, I speak for myself because we're starting to get to that age where things start happening, and that's um, we start seeing these things as we get older. But we've been hit with a lot of losses in 2024 already of some really, really good people in the community.
Yep.
So it's been rough, but again, the kindness and the graciousness in the community that I've experienced was um, it's awesome. It's brought me out of a lot of funk and stuff. So, Nick, I'm sorry. It's hard to get news like
Me
that.
too.
Um,
Yeah,
Unfortunately, in conversation like this, it's going to happen from time to time. So, um,
And
yeah.
I personally would hate to lose any of you who I've gotten to know, the people that have passed away recently. I didn't know, I think that was preceding my joining YouTube. But all of you, it would completely devastate me. It'd be like losing a family member. Yeah.
So we had like two losses really close to each other. Um, and one thing that I learned
oh,
just a few months ago was when John passed, and that was he had a much larger impact on me than I realized. Because when I heard, I just went like, I was like, oh my god, it was it was weird. A man that I had talked to only via computer had such a significant impact. The conversations, the interviews, the stuff that we had done. This community. I mean, YouTube for me has been great. It's done a lot of good things for me. It's kept me out of my wife's hair, so it's kept me from frustrating her. So our marriage has improved.
right, right.
Um, I say that jokingly. My wife and I have a great relationship.
Yeah,
Now that I do this, um, but it's introduced me to people that I never would have been able to meet because of where we are and what we do in society. So Tiger's a doctor. What's the likelihood that I would have ever went to an OR in New Mexico, which is where he's practicing right now, and had him treat me and found out he liked coins? What's the likelihood that that would have happened? Slim and none,
Minuscule.
right? What's the likelihood that I would have met uh, Mr. and Mrs. Coin Crew um, from way up north? Like, I haven't been up there in 2 decades, 3 decades. Um, who Miss Ida, right? When will I have ever been in that little town? Now I might have
yeah,
been, likely to meet her at a casino, maybe when I was in that area or something. No, I would never have known who she was, but I'm way up north too. Yes, Nick, you are. Um, but again, how would I have met people like this? I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have made the friends that I've made. I would have had the support, the advice. It's like, hey, do these things, and hey, that video sucked. Can I offer a suggestion? Yeah, absolutely. And go, oh my God, I just took advice about a video from somebody that I don't know that was brilliant, like just really insightful. And implement it, and it does really, really, really good upon the re-release. Um, how would that have happened in real life? You know what I mean? And so there's so many good things that have come from this that is just uh, it's been unreal to establish some of the friendships, and sit here at 1 o'clock in the morning Central talking with four really good people, just sitting around, just chit chatting about coins and politics and loss and kindness, and I mean, really, that's cool as hell.
Yeah.
Oh, frostbite. I figured out the reason I wouldn't sell you that coin. And Tiger, you may appreciate it. The saying on the other side is rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. And that's why I have that coin.
Oh, dude,
Nice.
I when I said that, I was absolutely joking with you.
Oh,
Um,
I know. But I know where there's another one if you want it. You'd have to talk her out of it though. Mrs. Coin Crew has one.
if it's
Oh,
only one, she won't sell it.
yeah.
Eh, that's probably why I got this one. But
Yeah, if it's only one. Normally, if she has a pair, now that happened to me with her and my. I shouldn't say my, her and the ship bar, the 10 ounce or the 250 gram St. Helena ship bar.
mhm. Yep.
She showed it on live, and she was showing it to me. And so I'm like, okay, well, let me check out to my wife, make sure that everything's good, that I purchased this, because, it's a couple $100 purchase, and I want to make sure my wife says, hey, we don't have something going on that I'm not aware of. And I called her and I said, okay, and she goes, Chief just bought it. I was like, bastard, that rotten fool. So when we went to Tulsa, I met Paula and I bought the gold 10th ounce. Uh, what is it? Battle in the Pacific. Battle of
Mhm.
Coral Sea. The Battle of Coral Sea.
Coral Sea, yeah.
The 10th ounce cold coin. And then I did a video.
Mhm.
I was like, hey, Chief. So yeah, I mean, it happens. But if she has more than one, then she'll do it. But usually she's hold on to if she only has a single one.
Ask her about it though.
I like that saying. I have a intaglio coin or round that says, "When injustice becomes law, uh,
Yeah.
uh, resistance becomes duty."
Yep. Resistance becomes
Oh,
duty.
Nick, that was the previous year, not this year. This year I was rather sick, so I was not able to go. I wish I would have, but I was not able to do so. Oh, dude, your wife is so cool, man. Um, I knew I would like your wife when you and I were having the conversation. She was there, and I was like, Tiger, stop it. And she looks at me and she's like, and you're like, okay. And she looked at you, she's like, oh my God, he must be a good guy. That was awesome. I think Tiger fell asleep.
No, again, normally, someone talks to me like that, it's all on. But we kind of went beyond that with the friendship, and it's kind of like, no, this is friendship type of
Cool.
giving each other a hard time type of thing. Most people who ever talk to me like that, oh, it's on.
Oh yeah. Well, she just looked at me and then she looked at you and you're like, all right, sorry, Frosty. And she was like,
She was shocked. She was shocked.
what? And I was like, okay, I can't help you if you go on. And it's great, Scott. Tell me if that sounds familiar.
Oh yeah.
I can't help you if you're going ahead of me. If you want me to help you, I need you to slow down and let me do this. I've been told it a number of times, right? And it's not something to be harsh. It's just like, look, you want me to help you, let me help you.
I
And
won't
she
comment.
was like,
I want to comment on what Nick just said. She met my wife about the same time she met me. Okay, so I wanted to reach out to Nick to get to know each other for upcoming videos, live streams, all that type of stuff, because she's really, really smart. But on top of it, she's a lady. And I learned from a lot of bikers how to help you cross the gender barrier and make things good. So you have this really, really pretty woman called Nick who does YouTube and really smart. And what I did was exactly what I learned from the bikers I was friends with. I gave the phone to my wife, let the two of them talk. I gave Nick my wife's phone numbers, and all of a sudden, now I've given her the power to snitch on me. I would never do anything to be snitched on, but what it develops is complete trust. So trust between Nick and me, wife and me, Nick and wife. Now you have the beginning of a beautiful friendship. And Nick is such a wonderful lady. You think she's pretty on the outside. Wait till you get to know her on the inside. Yeah, there you go. Put it on. Put it on. So, but Nick is such a pretty lady inside. There you go.
There you go. I wear it better than Stacker. Surfer.
Oh man,
So there is
you're
a
so
long
pretty.
there is a long joke about that one. Yeah, it's too much funny. And the fact that I received this in the mail after that joke made me laugh even more. Because I thought they were joking. I didn't think they were going to send me one. And yeah, I got that in the mail. I laughed for probably 30 minutes. It was hilarious. So,
Take a look at the avatar.
but it does. It constantly stays here as a reminder of the goofy people I'm friends with. So,
Yes, you do have better than Surfer. Take a look at the avatar.
oh yeah, yeah, I made that avatar for Tiger.
Oh, nice. With the tiara.
You want to know what I
That's-
did with it? I
Hmm.
first sent it to Yankee.
I literally begged him not to release that because that was an ongoing thing between Surfer and me and Nick
Oh.
and then later you.
I sent it to I sent Yankee an email and I said, "Hey, you don't have to show this, but definitely pull it up when you're talking with Tiger next time you guys have a chit chat." And he just
Yeah.
sent me a smiley face. He didn't say anything. He just sent me a smiley face. And yeah, it was hilarious.
I bet.
Too much fun. Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up, folks. I can't tell you. I will be seeing Yankee next week. Oh, that's awesome. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. I'm running out of steam. My day started at 4:30 this morning, and I'm kind of just running out. But I want to say thank you to everybody. Great Scott, Gary, Tiger. Thanks for coming up and hanging out with me. I definitely appreciate it. Thank you all for those who hung out for good grief. We've been at 3.5 hours now, so thank you so much. I apologize for the I don't know what in the world happened at the start of tonight, but I'll rectify that situation. But thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate you a ton. And as always, you know where I'll see you guys, right? I will see you
You
in the
betcha.
stream. All
At
right, take care.
home?
All. Say again?
Love y'all.
I said at home in the backyard with the
No.
keg.